We ran away.
We did run
Ran
away.
so far away.
Right.
Grandma
But
tried
could
to
you get
kill me
away?
again.
We are alive.
Oh, perfect.
So I think the first thing that was heard was your grandma tried to kill me again.
Look, Grammy's a little addled. She doesn't remember me. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Please don't tell her I said that. Also, Laura, I lied. There's enough for us both. So if you want like a lunch or a serving of this later, you can have the rest of it.
Okay.
It's okay, I left it for you.
I forget where we left off exactly.
Y'all ran back from town. You are aware that it's not very far for the person who was chasing you to come back and get you.
Fair. Yeah, okay.
You ran through a house that apparently had a bunch of gnolls in it.
And we had no idea.
Yes.
Will you stop giving him an excuse to use that joke?
No,
There's
I'm
no way
not.
you can stop me.
Oh my lord, you two.
I'm no sorry for this.
Oh my god.
Oh. Wow.
So anyway, I believe we were sleeping.
That is the plan, yes.
We were having long rest.
Because everyone got a short rest except for the Cinder who got scared by Grandma.
With the one, yeah, except for the one person who only had 1 health.
The person
And you're still alive. It's fine.
It's okay. Don't worry
Nothing to
about
worry
it.
about. Exactly.
Do we remember who our DM is?
I've had worse.
DMs? This is true.
Yes.
Challenge. Don't challenge. Let's not challenge the DM.
I've
Yeah.
also never had an NDM for me. I've only watched an NDM.
Oh. Well.
And to be fair, last time I watched an NDM, someone tried to talk to a dragon, and it did not go over well.
I don't know who that would have been.
Always picking the wrong response for the wrong dragon. No idea who would do that.
Hey, it was like my first time playing, okay? Fuck off.
Wasn't me.
That time.
What spells do I changed my spells, right?
on your character sheet.
Yes. Okay. So
Oh, I don't think I updated my character sheet on Roll20, just D&D Beyond.
Oh,
Is that
fair
okay, or do I need to go and fix Roll20 as well?
You did it on D&D Beyond?
Yes.
Don't you just have to click the features button when you have that?
Will it transfer it over?
It might.
Okay, I'll play around with that in a second. Once I get my lunch, which is almost done. Either way, I can update it as we play because I'm still mostly playing off D&D Beyond.
Why is Witchbolt not in?
I'm
Oh,
not smart
I
enough
know.
to play off Roll20, so.
I also learned a fantastic piece of trivia. The
Oh,
German translation for Eldritch Blast is Spooky Beam.
Perfect. That's a wonderful Oktoberfest fact. Thank you.
Happy I can help. And apparently the Eldritch Knight is a mystic knight, which is kind of sad because I wanted them to be Spooky Knight.
Not spooky, just a Jedi.
Apparently.
The
They
spooky
even have a lightsaber throw.
Really?
Yes, really. Always.
Schauriger Strahl.
The what?
Spooky. Spooky stream.
Hmm. Stretch. Oh yeah, we're level 3 now.
Yeah. That is why we all have updated character sheets.
You're right, you're right.
Did someone not update their character sheet?
Okay, to be fair, all I have is cunning action to add.
I don't remember.
I
That's a
think I
good
did
question.
actually.
9 fire.
9.
10.
9.
Hmm.
Oh, so that's how you roll advantage and disadvantage on roll 20. Or not roll 20. D&D.
On D&D Beyond, yes.
Okay. Totally know what I'm doing.
I'm roll 20 beyond.
Witch bolt? Disbolt.
I roll
God
firebolt
damn.
to see what we're looking at today, whether I can actually roll high.
If you would like to. Weird ass divination roll, but okay. Okay.
Oof.
Oh
Wait,
lord.
1d0? What? Oh, 1d.
I think we're
Dang.
going to be hurting our friends today.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Nah, we good.
Should be fine.
I forget what I even gained from this level. Time to look stuff up, because I don't know anything.
I can
Memory
imagine.
of a goldfish. Oh yeah, that's right. That's fun.
Yeah. You wither and bloom.
Oh, I
Yes.
gain Song of Rest, so during short rest, anyone who uses a hit die gains an additional 1d6.
Oh,
And I'm proficient
that's
at
awesome.
everything now. Jack of all trades.
Master of none.
I'm like half and
Someone
half.
told me that to my face when I told them I got 2 bachelor's degrees. That was my very first day meeting them. I did not
Wow.
like them for the rest of my time in grad school,
I
because kind of an ass thing to say.
Kind of funny though.
It is
But
fun.
then they also dropped out of their final class because they didn't want to do the final project, and instead of talking with the professor, who professors are typically pretty easygoing on grad students, they just dropped out and had to retake the semester because of it.
Wow.
Yeah, so everyone else in the group seemed to be mostly tolerant of this individual, but I did not like them. Because that same day, that first meeting, I asked what everyone's name was and said, oh, I'm really bad at names. I apologize. I'm going to have to be asking it multiple times. And they said, oh, then you don't need to know my name. Let me give you a random name and eventually you'll figure it out. And then they went with that up until I heard other people using their name.
What is it?
Mhm.
Well, that could kind of be fun though.
Maybe.
If it wasn't an asshole way of doing things.
Yeah, that could be fun if not in that context though.
Yeah, I think there are fun ways that could be done, but not the very first time you're meeting someone who you're going to be working with for the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Just all that combined made them a dick. Anyways, I'm done venting about school.
Are
And
you
go back
sure?
to setting things on fire. Well, now that you mention it, I'm gonna level up my character.
So where has everyone gone to rest?
The church.
The tavern.
No,
No, not the tavern. The inn. The inn. I know things.
Ender's learned her lesson. She's sleeping outside.
It rains and it's just nothing but a sauna in the immediate area.
I was in the inn sleeping.
Me too.
that works.
Oh no.
Roll20 is really annoying.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, it's an update of map. How scary.
What?
No, the scary part is
Very
that you
scary.
needed an updated map.
Also,
You
these
wait,
cryptids
it's-
are sus.
Those are just commoners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Town is allowed to have townsfolk.
Yep.
Not on my
Not in this
watch.
town, they ain't.
Like how we all just distrust them.
I haven't done nothing.
You're
Yeah.
not allowed to breathe.
Woo.
Is that me?
Mm-hmm.
Ignore me. I'm trying to do stuff because
Uh-huh.
the game.
Is the game.
It seems to think that this spell does not exist, so I have to make it myself.
It's because we don't own the $30 digital book.
Mm-hmm.
But you have
First
to buy
you-
the physical copy separate for? Yeah.
But I have 2 of them already.
I don't think I ever
And a
got one.
D&D Beyond purchase does not translate to a Roll20 purchase because they're separate companies, but that's still stupid.
I
I
think
knew.
if you buy the book, you should just be able to, scan the code
Yeah.
on the back and just freaking have it.
I
Yeah.
understand that, but I say this as the people that would. There would be people that would just go to the store and scan the code.
What
I
if
mean,
there was
yes,
like,
of course.
That's fair.
I know that there's people that used to do that with Nintendo games for the code shop.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or go there, take it home, scan the code, bring it back.
Remember
Back
when
in my day, we just stole games
Microsoft
from the
and
store.
PlayStation were locking their games to the disc
Mm.
and you couldn't like game share or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really dumb.
By the way, we are ready. We've been live for a bit.
I figured. I have the stream open.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Oh, I need to have this back in.
I believe we're waiting for a certain nub, and that's why we haven't started, right?
Oh no, it's alright.
Which nub?
You guys have all woken up at this point. It is late into the morning.
Is it me nub?
It possibly is you know.
I thought I'm here. Oh, do I have to add my thing?
Oh no, your character should be on there already.
Oh, then yeah, I'm just messing around with typing stuff, and I have it in a different window, so it doesn't bother me. So we can start, I think.
Mhm.
Yes, I see the oh they're all the same. Okay.
They're commoners.
Commoner spies?
No.
Common nubs.
Assassins.
It's actually a totally real possibility for a certain person in our group.
Mercenaries.
Scallywags.
Waking up
Rapscallions.
at the start of the day, I would like each of you to roll initiative to see who woke up first.
Oh no.
I like how he has to make sure that he says that, because... Sorry, they have to make sure that they say that because, otherwise we're gonna be like, why the fuck are we rolling initiative? We're so on edge.
Torian's sleeping off his headache.
I had to put my token down, so there will be 2 tokens. But
Oh yeah, I also have to do that.
Yep.
Hey, Iliaster. You wake in the church. You are the first to wake out of the party, and you can smell that there is already bread baking. You can hear the pitter-patter of feet as there are children running through the house at this point. Children that to you look like small cats almost.
Oh.
In the kitchen, you can see that there is Ren cooking breakfast for everyone. He is also baking at this point. You can see there is a dozen different loaves of bread waiting to go into the oven.
Okay.
Outside the kitchen, you can see them standing against the wall.
Can you repeat that?
Outside the kitchen is the large cat man.
Okay.
He seems to be standing at the barrier of the door, not actually going into the kitchen. Every now and then you do see one of the children try to run into the kitchen, and he does stop them and turn them the other way.
no, it's my bread.
Are the kids speaking any sort of common?
You can hear them yelling at each other in common.
Going to attempt to distract them with the story time?
Okay. Roll performance to get their attention
Oh,
and
Jesus.
see how well you can maintain their attention.
Oh no. Ha.
You do grab the attention of a few of them, about 7 to 8 kids sitting in front of you just listening.
Okay.
A few
I
of them
forgot
are
there
a little
was
bit more
30 of them.
rambunctious and just don't care.
I forgot there
Okay.
was 30 of them.
There is 37. There are still 30 kids running about the church. Is there a specific story that you want to tell these children?
No, we wanted to kill them. There's too many of them.
Ah.
Helping provide some population control. So no one need to worry.
Just your generic I don't fucking know.
Alright. That brings us next to Cinder.
Finally actually getting a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
You wake up and your body still aches, but your wounds are taken care of. You're no longer severely beaten.
Cinder's just gonna sit and people watch.
Alright, you do see people going up and down the common road. Mostly humans. Occasionally you do see someone a little bit shorter. You do catch a glimpse of one larger individual who seems to just be dragging a cart. He stands about 8 feet tall, has horns protruding out of his head, is not a tiefling, more resembles a cow.
Okay.
Aside from that, most of your morning is just people. While you're waiting and watching, please roll me perception.
I knew it.
Okay. You are acutely aware that there is a bear to your right. He's laying there slumped in the grass with about 17 arrows in his back.
What the shit?
Ouch.
Oh. I can't tell if it's alive or dead.
You would have to get closer.
Um. Sure. She's gonna get up and get a little bit closer.
Okay.
See if she can see anything else.
As you get closer, you can see that yes, this bear is very much alive, is very much hurt, but is alive. In fact, as you get closer, you can see that it looks like this bear is just clinging to life desperately.
Okay. I have nothing I can do to help it, so I'm just gonna. She's just gonna. I guess wander.
You have a
Back
couple
over
of different
here.
options. If you do want to help it.
I do want to help, but I don't know how.
Well, you could. Okay, so you have a couple of different options. You can go find someone. You could put it out of its misery.
Oh.
Like.
I think I'm gonna
You could
find
do a
one
medicine
of the...
check.
medicine check to see if I can help it.
You could do that, yes. You will
Okay.
have to get even closer.
Well, not that close. Going to approach with caution and yes.
It does look up at you with sad brown eyes.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can tell that he needs a proper infirmary. This bear has been put through some hell. You do need someone that actually has some skill with treating a bear, or at least injuries like this.
You need a vet.
Okay. Mm,
You have been in the town for a little bit. It is possible that you might know of someone in town that could help.
okay. What check would I have to do to know if...
Let's go with. You try and recall the information, so let's go with history.
What the heck?
Don't let her attack, but she can do everything social.
And vice versa.
Depends on the day. So with that, you do think, yeah, the church is probably the best place to go.
Okay.
It's usually a house of healing in most towns, so it's probably one here.
And she does know where the church is because she...
While you're going to the church, Gore, what are you doing as you wake up?
I guess I'm gonna go downstairs and get breakfast.
Okay.
Also grab my stuff.
You come down and this breakfast that they seem to be waiting on, well, serving, sorry, just seems to be a few slices of toast and some eggs. It's nothing exciting, but it is breakfast.
I take some eggs and then I eat them.
Okay. You take the eggs off of some plates and you do enjoy that for breakfast.
Wait, are they?
Someone else is going to just get a plate of toast for breakfast at that point. Is there anything else you would like to do as you wake up in the morning?
I mean, if nothing's happening right now as I can see, then I'm just gonna sit there and eat my eggs.
All right.
Just a plate of eggs.
Yeah, I'm like
What's it?
Gaston.
There it is. 5 dozen eggs, roughly the size of a barge.
Yes.
Luna,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing as you wake up in the morning?
She kind of, so she kind of had like a fitful sleep, not a very good sleep, because she's still constantly on edge for reasons that the party is not allowed to know yet. So she kind of wakes with a start, and she had a nightmare, and she grabs all of her stuff, and then she remembers, oh yeah, I have like friends in this town and stuff, because she was thinking about just like daddling for a second. And she kind of calms down, gathers all her stuff, puts her hood back on securely, and she walks outside, sees Gore, and goes to have breakfast next to him. She orders some of the toast and stuff.
Okay, you are given a plate that seems to just have toast on it.
She
There is a little grease stain where some eggs used to be.
kind of shrugs and is like, that's fine, and chomps on her toast. Do they have coffee or anything like that?
Coffee has
Tea?
actual effects in D&D, so no.
Tea, maybe?
You can find some tea.
Okay. Then yeah.
Anything else that you're doing?
She probably looks a bit more on edge this morning, so she's probably like looking around the room to see if there's anyone that she recognizes. You know, that could be like on her tail.
Roll me an investigation since you're actively keeping an eye out.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh shit. Don't
You
ask me to
if
do
it's
anything
looking
else.
for you,
Mm-hmm.
but there is noticeably a half-elf sitting at one of the tables across the room. He has a green outfit on. His hair is blonde. He is the very depiction of what you would expect a half-elf to look like,
Basic ass.
including sitting a longbow next to him. Across the table from him is just a man with dark hair.
Mm-hmm.
With most of what you're looking at, it looks like he's just talking to someone about things that have been going on in the town. What languages do you speak?
As a half-elf, common, dwarvish, elvish, and thieves' cant.
Okay. Most of it just seems to be boring talk until you catch a phrase that one of them says.
Mm-hmm.
What you hear is not what is said, because it is thieves' cant.
Ooh, shit.
You do hear 3 new ones just came into town. Looks like we might be getting something exciting in a few days. it does seem like Eric has been held up.
Hmm. She's gonna try to pretend like she's not listening to them or that she didn't understand them, and just kind of keep listening. See if they say
That
anything
same
more.
conversation to Gore's ears is 3 red pieces come to town. One stays behind, holding back the crowd.
He just took Gore. Wow, that's some nice poetry, eh?
Gore cannot understand.
Thieves' Cant is just common, but with different meanings behind it.
Mm-hmm.
With that, that does bring us next to... Yep, the drunken dwarf.
The drunken dwarf rolls out of his bed and then falls on the floor. And then pops up, stretches. Ah, yes, it's time to start the day. Hopefully no more visits from Grandma. And then I'll get dressed and head out to...
Please roll dexterity as you go down the stairs.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Stairs, please mark off 2 points of damage.
Oh, fuck.
Great way to start the day, guys. Pop
It can
up
only
again.
go up from the bottom of the stairs.
Say that again?
It can only go up from the bottom of the stairs.
I don't think I need to be going up anywhere right now. I'm gonna walk over to Luna and Gore and see their meal.
Mhm.
This looks like I'm going to the tavern. And I'll walk over to the tavern to order breakfast.
The
Wait, I
tavern
can't
is
control
closed.
And then I'll just smack my head with my hand. This is what I get for these late night adventures. Or these weird adventures. I'm waking up at all the wrong times and everything's closed that matters. And I'll stumble back into the or walk back into the inn and ask for toast and eggs.
You'll be given a plate that has both.
And I guess water.
Wow, hydrating yourself. What is this?
You're given the plate of eggs and toast. You're also given a mug.
I'll take the mug and splash the water on my face and then start eating.
Okay.
I'm not really listening in on anything.
Mhm.
I'm not fully there just yet.
You need this
As
morning
that's
beer.
going on, Cinder, you do arrive at the church at that time.
He's going to knock. See if anybody's around.
Yeah, plenty of kids are around, that's for sure.
As you knock, you do hear the door open.
I wouldn't even
As you
hear
look
it.
in, at first you can't see anyone until you look down.
Are you sure this is the church and not the daycare?
She's gonna ask if anybody is around. Any adults are around?
I wave and just my eyes say help.
Adults. Yeah, we got some of those. It slams the door in your face and runs back. Mr. Dan, Mr. Ran, there's people at the door. A few moments later, large, tall man answers the door. What can I help you?
Hi, there seems to be a creature that needs help. Do you know anyone here who can help?
Aye, that'd be me.
Do you mind coming with me and helping me help this bear? He seems to be very hurt.
Eliastar, do you mind watching the children?
Not at all.
Then you know the rules. Keep them out of the kitchen. I do not want hair in the bread. And Ren will come with you.
Okay.
I don't have it open for him at the moment, so
Okay.
Oh.
Cinder's gonna walk like faster towards the
Mhm.
bear. And then when they get there, she's going to like kind of quietly gesture and say, "See what I mean?"
He does take a look. Oh, well. Can't say I've seen a bear like this in these parts before. But nature brings its stuff where it wants.
Do you think
What's
he
your
can help?
passive perception?
My passive perception. 12. It's not high.
Okay. You do see his hand move past his pocket and pull out some berries. And he kneels down in front of the bear and extends a hand. Here, eat these. They're not much, but they'll do something for you.
Did you give him a good berry?
Are you there?
Ooh.
You.
Are you there?
No?
I'm not answering.
Okay.
Yeah. That was my concern, but my perception's not high enough for that.
Oh no.
He eats these, and he does seem to be regaining some strength with that. Now, this is going to suck, I will be honest. You see that he does grab one of the arrows from the bear's back and put his hand on to apply some pressure. And he does start slowly pulling out arrows one by one.
No.
Oof.
This man does hand you the arrows one by one.
I think Cinder's gonna take a look at them and see if they're recognizable.
Okay, roll investigation on that. You have seen arrows like this recently? In fact, these do remind you of the knoll that you did chase off. These arrows are a little bit crueler than the ones that were fired at you. They have a barbed hook in them. It
Oh,
does seem
no.
that each one that's being pulled out is almost doing the same amount of damage to the bear as them being put into the bear.
Okay.
Cinder, since you are there, you do not have any healing items at all, do you?
No, you had given me, but I couldn't pay for them.
Okay. Just gonna roll one, not the other thing. Okay. As he pulls out a few more of the arrows, the bear does slump over. Bear's not dead. but it does look to be on death's door. This bear is not doing the best that it could be doing. And Renly does conclude that this bear is going to need more than just the usual treatment that he gives people. And he asks you to turn away.
Okay. Cinder's gonna hesitantly turn, but so far she trusts Ren.
Okay. You do hear him muttering something in a language that do you understand? What languages do you speak? I did not update that on your sheet.
Common, Draconic, Infernal, and Primordial.
You do not understand the language that he's muttering in. But after a moment, he says, okay, you can turn around.
She's gonna turn around, like, right away.
The moment you turn around, you can see that this bear is no longer full of pincushion holes. It's slowly struggling up to its feet. Does look like it's still been through a hell of a time. And it looks at you like it recognizes you.
Mm-mm.
Uh,
Gives a low roar. Not a loud roar, but enough that it's telling you to stay back.
yeah, Cinder's gonna stay back and be very cautious of this because
Because it's a bear.
yeah, because it's a bear. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
That is completely fair. It does take a step towards you before falling back over. You don't know how long this bear has been there, laying in town, just waiting. You don't know what it was trying to do, but it does fall over and seems to have fallen asleep as it stepped forward.
So Justin.
Oh,
Didn't we
this
see a
is
bear
very
before?
exhausted.
Like, out of game, didn't we see a bear before?
Yeah, I kind of figure it's that one, but
I mean, you never know, but yes, you did see that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
character
oh yeah, and he
doesn't know
felt the
though, so
nose.
I'm just doing what the character would have done.
Yeah, the nose put like 17 holes in him.
Mm-hmm.
Gee.
Cinder's gonna turn to Ren and thank him.
He'll nod. Now that I'm not too keen on leaving the scene in the town, this thing wakes up, that's going to be a problem for everyone. Would you mind going and getting me the other ones that were in the church?
Sure. She's gonna nod and then jog back to the church. I'm assuming
would
he
be
meant the
this-
people.
Billy asked her, do you want to be the one to open the door?
Yes. I just slowly open the door looking super stressed.
I think your friend here wanted the rest of you to come and help us with this.
I look back at then. Are you good here?
Did he say how many he needed?
No.
He's like, please say all of them.
Just said that he needed help because the bear shouldn't stay in town.
There's a bear in town.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a bear in town. Yeah, I guess I have to go. Can't let the kids have that sort of problem.
Is
As Den moves towards the door, you see him tap on the shoulder of 3 of the bigger cubs, who all together do stand cross-armed in front of the doorway in his place. They stand to be about 3'5". They're not as big as him at all. They're about half his height, but they do form about the same sort of wall
Three.
that he himself would form.
3 cubs in a trench coat.
Let's go.
Cinder's just gonna
I'm gonna
lead
follow.
them. But she's going to be quick because
Yeah.
Dashing.
Yeah. The snow.
Wow.
and she's gonna be slightly out of breath from running. Sure.
Okay.
And she's gonna
What
call
month is it, Lara?
I'm
No.
Not
I'm-
even been Canadian Thanksgiving yet. How dare you?
You said dashing, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me to decide what month it was in game.
No. Christmas music in September. How dare you?
Well, you know what? I play with reindeers on Ark, okay? It's not my fault.
Alright, so do the 2 of you have any experience with handling an animal?
I have a pony.
Yes.
Not really.
Well, pony is closer than nothing.
Mm.
And his hand randomly does have a few thick braids of rope that are an unusual color. Now, we are gonna have to drag this thing. Don't think we can lift it. Don't think we can lift it with all of the children either.
Drag it where?
Out of town. Now, that does mean having to go into the forest a bit because it's a bear. It should probably be in the forest.
Okay.
You can barely lift it.
Oh.
Torian has this sudden urge to reach over and punch Luna just for the heck of it. Sorry, impulse.
Just take a look at something. Those come online. Directly. Okay, please roll me an athletics check as we try to drag this bear. Okay, that's not too bad. It will take a little bit of time to do this. By the time that you've got this thing dragged over, it does seem to be semi-conscious. but it does not have the energy to do anything to react. Now, you guys are in the forest. I would like you both to roll perception.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, Aster, occasionally you do see something move out of the corner of your eye, but you're in a forest. It could just be the nature.
Uh-huh. I asked Renly how this bear could have ended up in town.
Well, I'm not the one who found it. You'd have to ask your friend here that one.
Cinder, how did the bear end up in town?
I don't know. I just found it with arrows and when I woke up.
Good enough.
Don't really have an idea of how this wound up in town from that. Perhaps if you went back and followed a blood trail or something like that, maybe footprints, you could find where it came from.
Mayhaps.
Maybe.
Uh-oh.
I just need that just stone ready.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The
Don't
party's
mind
not
me, I'm just
split
gonna
up or
worry
anything.
anyways.
Cinder, you do feel something at your hip.
I do?
Mm-hmm. As you feel this, you feel something moving against you.
Cinder's going to just, I guess, swat at whatever she feels.
You do swat at a hand. It is undeniably a hand as you swat at it. Oi, what'd you do that for? Just wanted to look at it.
Look at what?
As you look down, you can see that there is a hand on your dagger.
Cinder's gonna move away and make sure all of her equipment's still on her.
Everything else is on you, but he is holding one of your daggers.
Wow.
He is small. He has a little silver beard. He's got annoyingly blue eyes. His skin is pale. And from looking at him, you can tell that he is some sort of fake creature.
Oh no.
Oh. Uh, I'd like that back once you're done looking at it, which would be now, because it's mine.
Just
Oh,
imagining
alright.
her being like, which would be now, cause it's mine.
He says alright, but he is turning the blade in his hand, inspecting it.
How much does Cinder know about Faye?
I'm not sure.
So you
How
want it back?
I'd like it back without you stabbing me with it.
You humans are no fun.
Huh?
He does hand it back to you.
Cinder's going to take it and examine it to make sure it's not tampered with.
Roll an investigation, please.
How much does Ilyaster know about
Ooh.
Faye?
Fae are not to be trusted.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you examine it, there is a small little rune carved into the blade. You don't know when he had the time to do that in the few seconds he was holding it.
Uh, can I do an Arcana check to see if I have any idea of what that is?
You can, but because it's a magic that you don't recognize, I will ask that it's at disadvantage. Alright. You recognize that it's an enchantment of some sort. You don't know what it would do.
Hmm. Um, she's gonna keep a hand on her other dagger and ask if it's an improvement to it or something she should be worried about.
That kind of a question before we know each other. You can call me Digglesprout, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Is it?
He looks at you expectantly as he's moving his hands in small circles.
You can call me Flame.
Smart girl.
Well, that's a little on the nose. All right, Flame. I promise you, it is not a bad thing.
For me or you?
I said it is not a bad thing. That is the question you ask. That is the answer you get.
Where am I during this?
You are beside her.
Just watching this go down.
Mm-hmm.
Um, is the bear still around?
The bear is asleep. Aster, you feel something tug at your coin purse.
Cinder's gonna glance around to see if there's any more in the area. While still keeping an eye on the one she does see.
I guess I'm gonna put my hand over my coin purse.
Okay, as you put your hand over your coin purse, you can feel something reaching in. They're not stealthy about it, and Cinder, as you're looking around, you notice that there's a few different eyes on you. More annoyingly piercing blue eyes peering from through the leaves.
I guess I'm gonna turn around and ask whatever's trying to reach into my purse what they're doing.
Trying to take a payment.
A payment for
The enchantment.
on
The small hand gestures towards the gnome that is standing in front of you. Goods and services deserve payment.
to the what that's standing in front of me?
The small fey creature with a silver beard.
The one that enchanted the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And how much is this payment?
Just a coin. I don't care which one.
You can ask for it.
Will you fucking pay up then?
Wow.
I give him a silver.
Oh, you're better than the other ones. Most of them give copper. It's a good enchantment, by the way. Have fun.
Huh.
With that, he does
Enchantment.
disappear. Cinder, you're looking around to see if there are others in the area?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're looking around with that, roll another perception check since you're looking.
Want to also note she is keeping a closer eye on her equipment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, as you're looking around, you do see the gnome that was just in front of you, has crouched and scuttled backwards. He's not taking anything else, but he has just tried to Batman you.
Ask Renly if this is normal for the forest.
I really wish it wasn't.
Okay.
It's one of those reasons that I told you that we have to be quick when we're picking apples.
Right. Right.
Now, the bear's part of nature, so he should be fine, but let's get out of here before they decide to give us any more gifts.
Cinder's just gonna nod and be wary as she jogs out. of
Is the
forest.
bear gonna be okay here?
I imagine he'll be quite alright. The forest can sustain quite a few large animals. Some larger animals that you really wouldn't expect to actually live in this forest.
Okay.
It's actually where I found them originally. Kind of forgotten how to speak. It's why he sounds so much like me now.
Really?
I taught him how to speak.
Again.
Didn't always have so many mouths to feed, though. That was more of a recent thing.
How recent?
Well, the oldest is about 6. The younger ones, they are, well, his species ages really quickly. Some of the ones that were listening to you are only 2 years old.
Wow, that's wow.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, we are talking as we leave the forest.
Absolutely.
Okay.
If either of you stop for a second, Renly does put his hand on your back to keep you moving.
Once we're back in town, I guess I'm gonna head back into the church with Renly.
As you do go back into town, you do hear some loud shouting. It is undeniably the screeching of arguing children. And Renly does look at you and say, you know, you don't have to endure this if you don't want to. There are other parts of the town. You don't look like you enjoy being around children too much.
Right. I should probably go find everyone else and have that talk that you said I should have.
Right? When you all make up your mind, don't be afraid to come and knock it.
All right. I'll be back. I just don't know how many others will.
Then we'll accompany you. You do have a good idea of where the rest of the party probably is. At least you're pretty sure the Torian is waiting for the tavern to open.
Surprise, surprise.
I feel like we've just turned my character into an alcoholic.
We?
Weren't they already an alcoholic?
We turned him into?
I think that was a you.
I mean, I don't think it was completely me, but now everyone's going with it. Anyway, we can continue. It's fine.
So you do know that most of the party does sleep at the inn.
I'm guess I'm gonna go to the end.
And most of them are in the dining hall. There are a few other people in the dining hall as well. A half elf, a man. Further back in the area, there is another person who just seems to be chopping up a few vegetables at the counter.
Okay. I guess I go sit beside the person who I may or may not recognize.
Who would that be?
And get myself some breakfast.
2 copper.
And I pay.
as a customer paying for breakfast, you are given 2 eggs, a few strips of bacon, 2 pieces of toast, and a slice of bread. The bread is clearly a bread that you've already seen this morning. In fact, you may have helped bake it. Alongside that, you are given a cup. Before you can put your hand on the cup, the barmaid does put a hand on it. Please do not splash your face with it. We've already had to mop up 1 cup.
Why would I splash my face with this?
Seems to be the norm for adventurers in need of a bath.
I would
I
just
think
pay
just
for
said
it.
you need a
now.
bath.
All right. And she takes her hand off the cup, continues going back to work.
I think she just said both Torian and Eliester need a bath.
There's been how many days of slaying and stabbing and getting into fights?
Good point.
Good point. Is it bad that I don't remember this character's name?
Probably
okay.
not.
You've only been with this person for like 2 days.
Okay.
Wait, which person?
Luna.
Oh, yes.
There you go. You remembered.
Brief interjection. Nin, can you delete the other one that I can't move? The other
Yes.
Torian? Okay. Thank you. Now I can be difficult and move my character.
You're not supposed to be difficult.
Well, you shouldn't have invited me then.
What's Cinder doing?
I'm not sure if Cinder actually followed you. she ran ahead of you guys, so I don't think she actually followed you. Just watched you walk by her.
That's so Cinder.
At this point, most of the party is in the inn sitting at the table together.
I know.
At least I assume you're all sitting at the same table.
Hopefully.
Of course. I eat all the eggs.
In a hushed tone, I just say that we really need to have a conversation. All of us.
Kind of conversation.
Can't say what it's about here.
That gives a
But-
knowing look. Okay. When she glances over at the people that were talking earlier. Let's see if they're like listening or paying attention to her at all. She's still pretty on edge.
They're having their own conversation.
Okay.
What's everyone else at the table say?
I think so. Everyone but Cinder.
Yes, everyone here but is here but Cinder, because Cinder doesn't like us. We're busy stealing chicken.
The rest of you okay with having that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Possibly finding somewhere to have that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
We should go probably talk where we
Normally make plans.
well, where we last talked to Erin, because this probably will involve her too.
Okay.
You know that Erin would normally be at the tower at this point.
Mm-hmm.
She is an old lady and she tends to stick to the same building once she's picked it. She was very stubborn about that. It takes a lot to get her to give up the building.
I guess I just quietly finish my meal. And then say that I'm gonna go find Cinder.
Okay, where are we meeting?
The where we talked to Erin last.
Okay. Not the old lady.
Yeah.
Off to see the grandma, the wonderful grandma of the tower.
So I guess I go find Cinder. How easy is it to find light bulb?
I mean, she's still wearing the cloak.
Right.
With that cloak on, her hair looks less like magma and more of a fiery red. But it is still bright red hair in a town full of mostly purple-haired people.
Oh, good. So Luna doesn't stick out.
Are they people eaters?
Purple people eaters.
Is it purple-haired, not purple one-eyed, one-horned?
Well, I haven't seen their eyes or horns yet,
Eaters.
so how would I know?
Once
Not
I
the right place.
eventually find Cinder, I ask her to come up to the tower with me and the other people of this makeshift party to have a conversation.
Cinder's just gonna like nod and say lead the way.
Makeshift. Isn't this a normal party?
Day in the life for a party.
And I lead the way up the tower.
Probably know that when Cinder started the stairs, she sighed.
Uh-oh.
I do, uh-oh.
I got a
It's not
redeem
terrifying.
posture. No, I got a redeem posture.
Uh-huh.
How terrifying.
Heck. Heckin' buttheads all at once. Oh no. Husband, grab the cat.
But it's not my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's,
You just have to grab the cat. You don't have to hold her. I'll just set up my camera.
But she's asleep.
Oh, there it goes.
Hey,
I'm in
come
danger.
here. Someone wants you to be fat.
But
You
did
don't
want
even
to have
have
a
them out.
conversation.
No, I don't have them out. I didn't know my thing was gonna turn on immediately.
Can you stop moving?
You want cookies or not? She's staring at them. I can't open it. Goddamn. Oh my gosh, kitty, hi. Do you want cookies? Oh my goodness. She just shove her face in the bag.
Here, I can hold the camera.
You're staring. Want a cookie or not? Okay, maybe. Back up a little. Jesus. Like right in her face. Hi, kitty. Don't mind all that. That is because I have green turned off. Kitty, kitty. This, babe, you're like,
I'm trying to zoom in on her.
you're going right to her collar.
Yeah, well, no one said I had good spatial awareness. Except for me. Anyways.
Work with actual airplanes.
He's also taken a test that tells him he has good spatial awareness.
Well,
Hey, I'm not working in space. I'm working within the atmosphere.
Next time, flip the camera, goodness. At least you can see what you're doing.
I hate seeing things. And unfortunately, you removed the no glasses redeem.
Well, yeah, why would I make you have you take off? Okay, anyway.
Back to the game. There was a conversation about to be had.
Mm-hmm.
I see if
am ready.
Aaron's awake, I guess.
She is awake. She seems to be setting the table to have some tea. You don't know where she got the table, but she got a table up here somehow.
Never underestimate a dwarf. Or a grandma.
Aaron, we all need to talk.
Oh, that's never a good sentence.
No, it's not.
Well, I'll put some more tea on. Come tell me what you want to talk about.
Okay. So are those pillows or is it a chair?
They're doilies for teacups.
No, it's a table.
Yes.
Okay.
Doilies.
So we have a small problem and there's a small chance that it won't be anything. But in case it does turn into something, the Red River people, you know, the owl thing or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and the people who are in that mansion, Red Water, I'm so bad at
Mm-hmm.
the red water people, they might be coming to the town and they're probably not going to be that happy.
Uh-oh.
So I was talking to Ren about it, and he said that we really only have two options, which is to either leave town or stay and help protect it.
Hmm. Okay, and what do you want to do?
Truthfully, if things were different, I would probably already have left town, but things aren't different, and I'm wanting to stay for once.
Okay. Hmm. What if we could somehow engage them in a fight outside of town where people could not be hurt, and maybe your friend, you said Ren, I believe,
Yeah,
could have everyone stay in the church because it looks like the most sturdy building.
the church is the most defendable position in the city besides
Mm-hmm.
old mansion in the mountains.
Yeah. It feels like it makes the most sense for everyone to be there if they know that this is happening, and then we can kind of try to coax them out of the town or as far away from the church as possible. And maybe we can give Ren some kind of flare or some sort of help signal in case, you know, they sneak up behind us.
What if we get overrun?
Hmm. Good point. Maybe we can try and meet them before they... It's hard to say because we don't know when they're going to be showing up.
Sometime soon? Maybe in a
Mhm.
day or two, maybe in a week.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we could bring the fight to them before that. And maybe try to, you know, go a place that they're not going to be a risk to the town.
That's a possibility. What I'm really afraid of is that wizard,
Yeah.
the one that could raise the dead.
That is
What
kind of
if
terrifying.
what if as soon as we cut somebody down, they just bring them back?
Hmm.
If we really don't have any place to fall back to, then we're kind of screwed.
Yeah. Technically, we could have the townsfolk ready for just mowing down people. We could set them up with some sort of artillery or something.
Like make a militia?
Basically, like a town militia. Not anything too fancy, but if they happen to see us running, they can prepare themselves and shoot at whatever's behind us.
I'd like to interject with the most terrifying thing to point out.
We have
It is
36
not
kids.
just the enemies that might
Mhm.
get cut down and then turn back on us. But if one of us gets cut down, there is nothing stopping her from picking up our corpse and using it against us.
This is true. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know a whole lot about necromancy. Would we be as strong as our alive selves?
I mean, a body is a body.
Hmm.
But I do have some insider knowledge. Facing them head on is a terrible idea. It is a mercenary company.
Hmm.
I'm sure some others might be able to elaborate on that as well, but that is their choice to do so.
Do you think we should sneak up on them somehow?
I think we should not fight fair. I think we should fight as dirty as possible. I think traps are on the table.
Like a bunch of pits.
Pits are a good solution, but those don't kill you. You have to make them very deep for that to be the effect.
What if we put like spikes in them?
Oh, pits.
What did you hear?
What did
Uh,
you hear?
Nothing.
We're
We
thinking
know
now.
what you heard. Got it. No, I don't think that would kill them at all.
Have you been close enough to him?
I think you heard tits or what?
I heard
armpits.
pits.
Oh,
That's why I was confused.
Okay. But
Oh,
no,
that's a
yeah.
different kind of trap.
Like,
Just gonna look at them intensely.
Oh.
but if we put like spikes or something, we could at least do a lot of damage, if not kill them. And even if they are raised, they're stuck. I don't know about you, but any zombies I've heard of are usually pretty not strong.
is there a way to funnel them into specific locations?
I mean, a large enough marketing company does have to follow a path.
Hmm.
Do we know where they are?
Currently?
Yeah, like where they're coming from.
Well, probably from the mansion.
Because if anywhere if there's loose soil, if we can turn part of the paths into loose soil, I can make it difficult terrain. I can jumble up the earth so we can slow them down and try and funnel them that
Here?
way. As long as it's loose, dig it up a little. We don't even need a hole. Just dig it up and make the earth loose.
Then has put a map on the table. And he is pointing to where you guys are, which is here.
Okay.
Currently, the company, as far as I know, is down here.
That's where they were made camp last you saw.
That is where they went last. To subjugate a few loudmouths.
Hmm.
I worked with them. I know where these people are right now.
Okay. So they're south of the city.
Yes, which means they will likely come from the south.
Hmm.
Now, from the south, there is the pathway that does lead into town. It is likely to be the place that they come through.
Are there any enemies we can funnel them into? A shared enemy that could wear them down a bit. Didn't we smell something weird in that broken down mansion Gore, you said you saw something? Actually, I don't know if Gore said. He saw.
I saw a hyena.
You
Is
think we
there
could
some-
use the
Piss.
hyenas and gnolls and stuff? And piss. I forgot you stepped in piss.
Well,
What if we
fairly
Rec-
certain they don't pick who they beat up. So
So if we
we
bring
give
them to them.
in whichever side wins, we can clean up.
Hmm. That could work.
can anyone here talk to animals at all?
I can.
So why don't we try being civil?
Hmm.
Roll a knowledge check nature.
Uh-oh.
Who? Everyone?
Iliaster.
Okay.
Hey,
Hmm.
With that, you are acutely aware of the fact that gnolls view everything as an eventual meal. Even if you made an agreement with them, the agreement that you would make would most likely come to, we will eat you after these people.
Well, we can work with that. We've dealt with gnolls.
You have dealt with 3 gnolls.
Shit.
You're assuming the adventurers don't take some out before they die.
I mean, we could turn it into a three-way fight. Surprise the gnolls by fighting them too, but that just adds more to us. And based on what Zen just said, it's not gonna be easy already. Hmm.
I don't remember how many work for the company, but I do remember it is more than 20.
Oh,
20.
boy.
They're
Alright.
mercenaries, right? Just pay them.
Do you think they see us as enough of a threat to send everyone against us? They saw us. They saw us run. They saw us almost die. Mostly at your hand, Grandma. But would they see us as enough of a threat, or would they split up their forces? Will they break up the party?
Hmm.
They work under a well-trained tactician.
You think the tactician would...
I think Eric is a lot of things, but I think he knows how to win a fight.
Hmm. And that's to send more
If
than
Selana
enough.
has given him word that there are people that are fighting not under him in town, he will march with his full force.
Oh
He
boy.
will not take the chance.
Okay. All 20.
More than 20, I said.
At least 20.
Oh boy.
What if we... I don't know, this is really difficult. I've never really tried to work around an issue like this.
What idea did you have?
Well, what if we just convince the gnolls to go to the camp, their camp?
It would take out some of them. Might give us a better fighting chance.
Perhaps I was not clear enough. They're in the town to the south. If we send the gnolls down there, all we are doing is sending them to eat more.
That's fair, yeah. What's in the town down south?
It is part of the kingdom of Wolfhurst.
Yes. But is it a bigger town than this town? Is it smaller town?
This
Do they
town is
specialize
usually
in
quite a big
anything?
town. The town down south, well, they're a fishing village.
Hmm.
Would the Kingdom of Wolfcrest appreciate knowing that there is a band of mercenaries walking through their kingdom, bothering their towns?
The
Unhindered?
Redwater Company is hailed as heroes currently for stopping the ogre attack on the town of Wolchester.
In other words, we're on our own.
Yep.
Okay, I forgot if that had been mentioned before.
Why my family home is trashed.
Can you please stop attacking me?
No,
No.
I'm the
just
DM.
like
That's
it.
quite literally my job.
Well, you're not the one on my lap licking her foot and then trying to murder me with her mittens.
Laura, why are you doing that?
I'm sorry, okay? Gosh. My foot is tasty.
That was a sentence. Moving on.
Does Aaron have any ideas?
Mm.
Well, I mean, we don't like Eric. Zen does not like Eric. He has his own group of. Oh, I don't like this idea, but you do have children. You have a lot of kids.
Aaron, I'm not throwing kids at a bunch of mercenaries.
I mean,
How many kids are we talking about?
what?
37.
Okay, wait, I have an idea. Everybody goes in the church, right? All the kids get on the freaking church. We lead them to the church, and then they just dump bombs and shit on them.
We give them each a crossbow.
Or that
Or
too.
hot oil.
What? Are we forgetting what? Or
One
maybe not
fly?
bombs, but like acid or poison or...
What we're worried about flying?
You're right. Gonna eat a kid.
Yes, we make the kids fly.
Can we not bring the kids into this?
That's fair, that's fair.
I am also kind of opposed to the idea of using my children as child soldiers.
That's... Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I forgot she
Like,
flew.
Live ammunition.
seeing a kid die would just really ruin everything for me.
That's fair. I was thinking we need help.
I
Wait.
mean,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't want to say it, but the crown will be of no use to us, but Elias might be.
And there's people who side with them in the forest.
It will not be good for your relationship with the kingdom, but
The kingdom's kind
it
of...
would be good for
creepy already.
Elias' side if we were to take out a hero of the Wolfcrest Kingdom. I am sure that his forces would be happy to help with that. We would have to make it through Spiketooth Forest for that, without getting stabbed and robbed by all of the shit that's in there.
How long would that take?
His valley is only 3 days away.
Okay.
I can personally go much faster than most of you. You guys are incredibly slow.
I am only human.
You can see then pause for a second. I'm sorry for that.
It's fine. It's fine. I've been dealing with it since my birth.
So it's not even like accidental. You just have been this way your whole life. How do you two manage?
One step at a time, I guess. It's. I guess it's managing. Would
You?
you be okay being a messenger?
If I'm going to be a messenger, there is one request that I have first, and that is that we make sure that Elizabeth is dead before I go. Because if she catches me alone, I cannot take her in a fight.
Who?
That tiefling that fell off the cliff, I am positive she is not dead.
So we go to the bottom of the cliff?
And confirm that she is a corpse, yes. Or make her one.
So we're assuming that she took some sort of poison to make her not die.
No, we're assuming the wizard resurrected her.
Look, if she is one of the zombies, I'm fine being a messenger. But if she is still breathing, has blood pumping through her veins, and knows that I'm not dead, and she fell off a cliff and did not die, I am not taking her in a fight.
So you're saying you want to wait at the church while we go check it out?
I will come with you. I cannot take her alone.
I mean, we could all take her together.
We could. It is just alone. I'm not going to be able to do anything to her.
So is this what we want to do? Recruit the army?
I mean, let's be honest, it's not an army. It's just a bunch of rebels.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they did fell a whole dragon themselves.
A whole dragon?
Do you remember the cloudburst dragon that used to rule the highlands?
Do I remember the cloudburst dragon that used to rule the highlands?
He is talking about a dragon that until recently was the dominant force in the entirety of everywhere between Wolfcrest and Dwarven.
Okay.
He is greatly exaggerating the combat in that. It was not an army versus a dragon. It was specifically the king versus the dragon.
Wow.
Look, you can say what you will about either of the kings, but one definitely deserves the throne more.
At this point, I don't really care. My family home's trash. Everyone who I loved is dead.
I mean,
So
I'm sorry for what I'm going to say, but you had the chance to relive your ancestors' glory and put the king on the throne. And with
I'll
that
think about
suggestion, we're going to take a bio break.
Okay.
Come on.
Good idea.
It'll show.
Okay.
I mean, you do have the chance to restore your family's honor and put someone else on the throne. That is where we left off.
Seeing as how the current king treats nobles who were supposed to be important to the crown, I can't oppose that.
Now, I'm not specifically a member of this kingdom, but I will point out to all of you that what you're suggesting right now is considered treason. Be careful who you speak to that about.
That's why we're here.
I was going to say, I'm not super interested in starting a war between the Dwarven kingdoms and the kingdom of Wolfcrest because I'm helping with a coup. Protecting a town, sure, but
What if it's just protecting the town? The coup can always come 10 years down the line.
I'm
Yeah.
involved with helping protect the people here who have shown me great hospitality and the friends I've made here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the limit of what I'm willing to do. I'm not willing to chase this down and start a coup or try to instigate a civil war in this kingdom. I know my place, and I know that if I ever want to be welcome back in the Dwarvish lands, that is something I cannot do.
But what if we focus on just protecting these people for now?
I'm just explaining my limits for whatever we choose to do here.
I understand your limits. And if your limits are protecting the people and not going further, then we can do that.
That is what I can agree to for now.
But do you think that having more hands on deck, even if it is an opposing side, would help?
Well, someone has opinions about me joining. Okay, I get it.
I just thought everyone should deserve to hear a little bit of that.
Clearly. I will be part of no talks about what happens beyond just trying to see if we can find some groups that are willing to help protect a town of innocents that don't deserve the wrath of this Redwater group.
I can agree to this.
I could care less. Wait,
Well,
DM question. I assume the current king is the reason that half-elves and tieflings and all that are, like, just thrown out of the kingdom.
Currently, it is not his specific choice. It is something that he is currently looking at marrying someone so that he has the power to consolidate and change.
But do I know that?
However, given your character's backstory and where you're from,
Mm-hmm.
you would have a loose idea of that. You do not know what the policies on this Storm King would be.
Okay. To be
You know
fair,
that
I'm a
they are
criminal
both
in
humans
both.
and they both have a legal claim to the throne.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, so does Iliaster, as he is part of the kingdom.
Hmm.
Any firstborn son of any family in Wolfcrest, has a claim to the throne.
So what if we
But I'm
just
assuming
say...
that's only the noble families, right?
Any
This is-
family,
Okay.
if you are of Wolfcrest, you are of ability to rule.
Okay, that implies it. Got it. Thank you. Confused dwarf over here.
I'm just gonna say Luna doesn't have a huge thing about human. I mean, she's a criminal in both, so it doesn't really matter. Personally, doesn't make that big of a isn't that big of a deal to me. So I'm fine siding with whomever because they all don't like me anyway.
Why wouldn't they like you?
Can I trust you?
Table having to talk with treason with all of us. I think trust is implied at this point.
Yeah.
I'm a criminal.
Okay.
I what's it called? The Thieves and Knowledge Guild. Yeah, I was part of them for a long time. The reason I look so flighty all the time is that I'm on the run from them. So technically, I am both a criminal in both sides of the war, and even the criminals don't like me, except for a few.
So you're okay. Okay.
So I really have no reason to like or favor any side. Which means I'm all for this.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make up for what I've done in the past.
I won't dig further into this unless you're wanting to talk.
I appreciate that. For now, I think we
I
should
will
focus
ask
on
them
this.
putting my neck on the line for you. What have you done before?
Well, a lot of it had to do with the reason that you might have recognized me is that I was in a lot of noble meetings, and I was often in disguise amongst the nobles, pulling strings for one side or the other. I look
You
Alvin.
continue, Luna.
Uh-huh.
How honest do you want to be with this group?
How honest do I want to be?
As your character, how honest do you want to be with what you're about to tell them?
I'm fine being honest.
Okay,
Why?
just making sure.
But at this point, we've been through a couple of things, and we're about to commit treason together. So I might as well at least let you all know what's going on.
I mean,
so
technically, it's not complete treason.
no, but it's enough that
It's enough that we would probably
we shouldn't be talking to people about it. For example.
no. Nobody in town should know that we're going to get help from
Hmm.
an opposing side. Hell, Torian probably doesn't even want to know this.
Not particularly. Out of game, just in general, making a comment. If I wasn't so, scarred from last time over suggesting maybe we split the party, I would say Torian will be here and help, prepare the town. And if you show up with extra help, Torian can't stop that. But Torian, I am nervous about suggesting splitting up the party again because I don't trust someone.
But anyways, yes.
Someone.
So...
That's a fun way to say name.
You
But
happen to be a someone. A very threatening someone. To the lives of our characters.
Who's literally
Murder
God.
happy.
But yeah, so if you see someone from the Thieves of Knowledge Guild, let me know. Or point me in the opposite direction, if possible, because they are on the look for me, because I ran away. But for the most part, the
God,
nobles.
do I know what they look like?
Not necessarily.
No, I was talking to Nin.
Now, you do have markings that show your previous membership, don't you?
Yeah, I guess. She
Those symbols would be on other members as well.
rolls up her sleeve, and there's a tattoo on her arm that essentially indicates that she was owned by the Thieves of Knowledge Guild. It's kind of a little scarred over because she's tried to get it, remove it herself, but it's still pretty obvious what it is.
Did she try to remove it with fire?
No?
So, this is something that's very easy to hide, which is probably why it's...
Exactly.
If I spot this, I will let you know.
Thank you.
Let
But
you know
yes.
or take them out?
That's why you may have recognized me, because I do know who you are. And I have
Yeah.
seen you.
At this point, I would like you to roll investigation at advantage.
Who?
Who, me?
Yes. Yeah. You do remember seeing Luna before in a few deals, specifically with Elven Kingdoms, Elven traders.
Mm-hmm.
You have seen her discussing things before with your father.
She takes off her
She
hood.
has been present for meetings. And she is a half-elf.
She takes off her hood and reveals the pointy ears. Given my eyes, my freckles, and these, I could get away with being either depending on how what I wear, what disguise I have on. If I wear makeup or stuff like that, I can hide the freckles. And
If you didn't take your hood off, I would have just kept thinking that you're a human.
Mm-hmm.
You're really good at this.
Thank you. It was my job for years, honestly, for as long as I can remember.
Is looking back and forth between the two of you. And then turns to Torian. I'm sorry, what's the difference?
I don't know. They all look the same. Sometimes they have pointy ears, sometimes they have pointy teeth. I don't know.
Tieflings? Tieflings?
All the non-dwarves get really stuck up with each other about how they look for some reason.
My eye color, my freckles are human. My ears are elven. My dad's a human, I think. My mom was an elf. I barely remember her. Even they don't know. No. We do know. I just didn't know my dad. I knew my stepfather, step monster. But yeah. Anyway.
Lay it all on the table then.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else have anything that they wanted to share about their terrible, horrible past that they've survived? Cinder, he is looking at you as he says this.
Cinder's just gonna look away. No idea what you're talking about.
I mean, as long as you're not a fugitive, I guess that's all that really matters. Although I'm pretty sure we would all know if a fiery-haired, red-skinned person was a fugitive.
Do I know if a fiery-haired, red-skinned person is a fugitive?
An insight?
Insight?
What I said.
Okay.
Clearwater Company had to get their name from somewhere.
Uh-oh.
I
Feel
say
it.
nothing about this.
Right? I will be the one to put my cards on the table then. My
Okay.
name is Thanasara. And my father used to be king of the Scorched Steppe.
Like king of are you a Leonin or a Tabaxi? I can't tell, sorry.
We all look the same to you.
No.
Wow.
I just never met
Luna.
any.
That's racist.
I know you're feline, I've never met any, and yeah.
Cinder's definitely gonna be snickering in a corner for this one.
What I'm saying is, if we ever end up across the countries and somehow end up in the Scorched Steppe, my uncle does want me dead.
Good to know.
Isn't everybody's?
So if you can keep my name to this then, and never actually say or think my real name around those wizards, we're
Think.
great. Yeah,
I'd be
you
worried
know
about
wizards
thinking.
can read minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
So
I
I've
did kind of
already
know that.
forgotten your name.
It is Tenisara.
Okay. I will just call
Tennis
you
Mala.
then.
Most humans struggle with it. That is why then works better.
Then Asara?
You're not human.
I'm half human, thank you. I guess it's the elven half. When she curses in Elvish. Who actually does anyone speak Elvish?
I do.
Party.
So you know, she just said shit.
Gordon does as well, but he's not going to say anything.
Oh.
Cinder doesn't, so you're Cinder has a clue.
She speaks in Dwarvish.
Neither.
Like I said, the party.
She also can speak Dwarvish.
Cinder doesn't.
I cannot.
So, we're gonna go seek help from rebels, I guess.
Well, we gotta check to see if somebody's dead first.
Cinder might have snorted when you said that.
Who's dead?
Hi.
You know the person
Apparently Luna
we
doesn't have
heard
a good
fall?
memory.
The person we heard fall while we were running for our lives at the mansion.
Oh,
The one we were just talking about?
Yeah.
the lady. Actually, I don't know if she saw her.
She did, because I said you're welcome at the time when she died. Fell.
But she got a lot of dirt on her.
That's a lot of horns.
I'm gonna put dirt in your eye.
A tiefling.
Was she the one that stabbed Cinder?
She is, in fact, the one that stabbed you with an invisible blade.
Yeah, Cinder's gonna want to kill her.
Well, are we going back up to the mansion to check this?
I mean,
we
we just have to
getting-
check at the bottom of the cliff.
Are we getting any kind of promise of compensation for like
Yeah.
doing treason or anything?
Money?
Services.
Our
Services?
lives?
If
Property?
Gold? Equipment?
I
I
mean,
mean-
we can probably take whatever they have on them.
I mean, it's not like this is a job. This is just us trying to save our own hides.
We'll
mean,
say
this is-
Svetlana held on to most of our gold. So if you want payment, you kill her.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and it's
She must
not
be a rogue.
treason. We're just trying to save a village.
She must be a rogue.
Name it what you must.
The rogue says.
Can say she has at least my 200. So there is that, plus anything belonging to the rest of the party.
Well, I mean, we would... Obviously, we'd give you back the 200. That's your rightful gold.
Would we?
But the rest of it, we could split.
For her, and he gestures to Aaron. And then there's also Donald's money and Elizabeth's money.
Yeah?
Yeah, then probably has
Money?
more money. Maybe debts.
Money.
But yeah, no, we can, reunite you with your money and split the rest. Unite Aaron as well.
I'll go on up the hill then.
Alright, let's go. We can't wait to find out she's alive and kill her.
Well, hopefully she's dead.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a long way down.
Dead. I'm lighting her on fire anyways.
Hmm.
She shall become compost.
She shall be
Exactly.
compost.
Ha!
Oh my gosh.
Are we going during the day or night?
Probably during the day. Not that I like that idea, because I like my, night stalking, but...
I mean, the best is probably just go right now to the base of the cliff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the morning time. It should be plenty light out. And,
Do you know that, but based on the time it would take you to get there, it would probably be afternoon by the time you reach the base of the cliff, as you would have to go around the mountain instead of up the mountain to get there.
Fine.
that's not that bad. Let's go check to make sure she's actually dead.
I mean, some of us have night vision, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Some of us.
None of us are only human.
And half elf.
Mustache.
Back.
I just lower my head.
Good try. I know it must be disappointing being you.
It's disappointing
Ouch.
having half of your blood be elf and not getting fucking night vision either.
Hey, please, at least somebody suffers with me.
If you have
This is why I
half
have
of your
this.
blood is Elvish. We could try transfusions and
This
see what
is-
happens.
This is why I have this. And she casts light on her fingers for a second and then puts it out.
Could just take off my hood.
You glow like those bugs in the forest.
Well, I mean, that was a spell, but yeah, kinda. I can. I mean, I don't want
think
it on
bugs
me
can
most of the
cast
time.
spells.
And then she casts it on like a lantern near us. It is a cantrip, so,
She can trip.
Just like Tori down the stairs.
Yeah,
It's
but-
fine going
Where'd you get that
downstairs
bruise,
this time.
bud?
It's fine now. I splashed water in my face.
And I was wondering why your beard looked like it was all wet. Did you take a bath?
Immediately asked her.
Doesn't smell
You
like
realize why the barmaid earlier told you not to splash water on your face.
it.
I just give Torian a very knowing look with some irritation.
That look says a lot considering she sniffs Eliaster, the bath that you need.
I
Remember any of
have
you having a
been
bath?
busy.
I have not had a bath.
Luna is a bit more careful about self-care. She has to be prepared to pretend to be a noble, or at least had to.
This time we might as well just find a stream.
I mean,
Ouch.
there's quite literally a hot spring right outside town.
Nice.
Mhm. It sounds like a great place to go relax after we go see if she's dead. Are we on the way at this point? I assume we are.
None of you have said that you left the building.
Well, let's get skedaddling then. Let's go.
There's a pity.
See you later, Aaron.
You're off to kill the tiefling. The tiefling at the bottom of the cliff.
Kill the tiefling or get killed by the tiefling?
Either works.
I don't know. Then, do you think we can take her as a group?
Yeah.
Definitely as a group. But if she gets any one of us alone, it's gonna be hell.
According to this chart of action economy in 5e, we should actually win.
What's 5e?
What chart?
Why are you playing with your little figurines, Gore?
They're fun.
Little mushroom figurines.
Little mushroom
It's
man.
just painted
Chasms
faces
and
on
Caverns
them.
is a wonderful game. I want you to all think for a second about the acronym for that.
But
I didn't actually hear it. I just heard the
Chasms and
cavern.
Caverns.
Oh,
ENC?
cack.
Then No.
You corrupt individual.
no. They're just slow.
Apparently.
I was only given one glass of water, not two.
Let's just go check this.
As we're walking to where we're going, I should note that Cinder's a lot more careful by putting her hands on her weapons because of her previous experience in the forest.
Why are you so jumpy? That's not like you. Why are you protecting your weapons?
She's gonna threaten the dwarf with the enchanted weapon and say, "We don't ask questions."
Oh! Sorry, I
I
just
wanna
caught what
roll
PNC
against that.
meant.
What?
I just caught what PNC meant.
How did you get those letters from Chasms and Caverns?
I
I was
heard.
gonna say, it's CAC.
Oh. I heard.
Call of Cthulhu?
Or CNC.
There you go.
I heard something different earlier. It's fine.
Clearly. Are you gonna roll
On the
intimidation? Wait, what would I roll
boom.
against an intimidation?
Who's intimidating you?
It would be
Cinder.
insight.
It would be insight for me.
I should roll intimidation.
Wouldn't it be a wisdom save?
Oh, would it be?
I
mean, it's
I'm rolling intimidation, right?
Because
Yes, you're the one
he's
trying to threaten someone.
and he's trying not to be
this is low
frightened.
anyways.
alright. Fine. You and your scary little knife can go Continue to be paranoid. I don't know.
Or what languages do you speak?
Me?
Gore.
Oh, Gore.
I speak Common, Druidic, Goblin, Primordial, and Sylvan.
You recognize what the symbol on the dagger means. It is up to you if you want to say.
Oh, what does it say?
Sylvan.
It says blink.
Says
Blink.
blink. You know, the rune on your dagger says blink.
Cinder's just gonna shrug.
Isn't that a
That does not
spell?
mean anything to Cinder.
Yeah.
Isn't that a spell?
There are other things that it does as well?
Hmm.
Is this just gonna teleport her if she hits someone with it?
Off a cliff.
That's fine.
And it'll be like Looney Tunes logic, where until she looks down, she just hovers there.
Given that you guys are going to somewhere similar to where you've been before, but not somewhere you've actually been, whoever is leading the way, please roll survival.
Who's leading?
There's gonna be in the
I
back
don't
for
know.
sure.
Who's leading the Roy?
This isn't my map.
Finally, survival.
Survival.
I don't know who has
Hey!
Oh
It doesn't
shit!
Nice.
Hopefully we don't get into a fight with all these high rolls.
Yeah, we're screwed.
You come to
Hey,
the bottom
I
of the cliff. Based on where you know that the castle is, manor, based on the knowledge of where the manor is, you guys are capable of seeing that there is not a body.
Um,
In fact, there's not even an impact spot on the ground.
I'm gonna look up the mountain. Is there any like noticeable damage? Like someone like maybe took a, what the fuck are they called? Pitten? Built it into the
Pikes.
thing? Pikes?
Climbing spikes.
Python? Climbing pikes? Yeah, those. Maybe like a big old hole where she might have like slowed herself down, or I don't know, anything like that.
Roll, since you are keeping in mind the existence of tools while you look this over, roll investigation at advantage.
Ooh. Apparently I did not need it.
You scan over this wall. There are no climbing spikes. There's no impact on the ground. From everything that you're seeing, it suggests that maybe she did not make it to the ground. You don't know what equipment she was holding. All you know is that she did have an invisible weapon.
Fortunate.
You don't know what else she has that might be invisible.
And an owl friend.
Well, I'm not seeing anything that she managed to stop or fall or anything. I mean, she's nowhere, anywhere here. There's not even an impact point. Like, she's just disappeared.
I mean, I did tell you I could not take her in a fight.
Yeah.
So I guess we're all going?
Where?
To find her and kill her?
What if she's back at that camp?
She probably already made it back up. It's been, what, 2 days? At least?
A day?
A day? I mean, that was enough for us to get back up the mountain. Yeah. I mean, a few hours was enough for us to get back up the mountain, so, or down here. Unless she's not good at navigation. How good is she at navigation?
No, we usually follow Svelana's commands.
Might not be that good. She could be wandering around here. However, there's still no impact zone, so...
Do I see any footprints?
Is there any cliffs?
Layered cliffs. There are not footprints. From everything you see on the ground, it suggests that there was no impact, no landing or anything.
At least at the
The
base of the
only
mountain.
footprints that you do see at the base of this cliff is your own footprints.
So you're saying there are layered cliffs?
There are some parts of this cliff that do jut out a little bit more.
So she could have landed up there.
But
What if she didn't land on the ground? What if she landed up on one of those cliffs up there?
Are there trees at the bottom of this cliff?
there are not.
Okay.
Be looking at this mountain specifically, the having gone up.
Okay.
Too bad none of us have a friendly flying pet or something.
Raven.
I don't know what you mean. Wait. Or you can speak with animals, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see any birds anywhere? I start looking
Listen for a
around.
moment.
Any twittering?
Can hear the sound of birds.
Or
Might be able to ask them for help.
can you speak with animals?
Mm-hmm.
Could you ask a bird to look up on the cliffs for us?
Yeah, sure.
Druids like nature.
Yeah. Can I ritual cast speak with animals? Yeah. Gonna take me 10 minutes though, I guess.
That's fine, we can wait. If she's up there, she's passed out and or dead. Probably dead. So
Okay, I'm gonna ritual cast my speak with animals. Guess I don't spend a spell slot. Then I'm gonna ask a bird if it's seen a tiefling here.
Then do
The
you know if
bird will ask you. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, as he's casting, then do you know if this rogue can? Have you ever seen if she can change into other things, other than just a tiefling? Can she appear differently?
I've never seen her do anything like that, but I do know that she can scuttle up walls like nobody's business.
I don't know.
Okay. So yeah, just looking for a tiefling.
So she could have just climbed back up.
She
Oh,
could
yeah,
have
the
jumped the wall on the
disguise
way down,
Yeah.
Yeah, like what I was thinking.
but you don't see any climbing gear. And this bird, Gore, will ask you, "What's tiefling, huh?"
Well, they have kind of horns on their head, and they stand on two legs.
Point to me.
Helpful.
Someone who looks like that, but with horns.
With horns on their head.
Pointing at?
What?
What are you pointing at?
Oh, I was just suggesting for him to point to me. That was out of game though, so kind of metagaming there.
I mean, she wasn't a tiefling with red skin or anything like that.
She was very specifically a red-skinned tiefling, yes.
Okay. Then I ask him if he's seen a red skin tiefling that has horn on her head and stand on two legs.
Saw one a few weeks ago.
You
Or
were-
there's
few
no concept
weeks?
of time, just to give you a heads up. Birds do not understand the concept of time the same way as you.
Oh, okay, so this could have actually been yesterday.
Could have been 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Came and swooping
Okay,
down and
did you
swung
see-
right back up.
She climbed back up,
She swooped.
swooped back up. Okay.
Illustration I shall
Well.
give you. And you will watch as the bird spreads its wings as it jumps off of a branch,
Mm-hmm.
and then spins as it reaches near the bottom, and then swoops back up after spinning.
She
Oh, okay.
acrobatics her ass? What was that, Gore? What is it doing?
It shows us what the tiefling did.
She swung her ass back up. Damn it.
That's-
Yeah, she's alive.
Did
I mean-
you see where she went after that?
Bird just kind of points a wing up at the manor.
Oh, okay. Thank you, bird.
Looking up at the sky, do I notice any particular flying bird child?
Bird child.
Roll an investigation. I mean, you can see some things flying, but you can't really make out what is flying.
Well, she's definitely alive. We probably should head out before she comes back. Or someone else shows up or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely something we want to take care of, but given the way that the bird has moved, suggesting her movement,
Mm-hmm.
I will again mention most of her equipment is invisible.
Okay, so she could have had like invisible flying wings or something.
Or a rope.
Yeah.
Which is probably
You
still
don't see
there.
any climbing gear in there. Whoever invisible stuff might be hanging.
Mm.
We can shoot
Could we?
fire at it.
Oh no.
And
Good.
attract all of the attention?
I mean, we could just like try and climb the wall and see if we can feel any invisible
Try.
rope or something.
As an idea, you could check and see if there's any invisible rope.
Yeah. I'm gonna do it. What's
All right.
climbing and stuff?
Acrobatics.
Athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, acrobatics. No.
Yes, I should try.
Or you do put your hands to the walls and feel about, but can't quite find anywhere to fit your giant hands.
They look like big, strong hands, don't they?
The hecky.
I have a +6. It makes sense that I try.
You are able to get your fingers into a few nooks and crannies and start bringing yourself up.
Uh-huh.
How would Luna react to feeling something brush against her?
What? Oh no. What kind of brushing against me, where and how?
The best feeling to describe would be like a snake, but you can't see it.
I'm in danger.
Did I just grab a snake?
You don't know. You can't see it.
Where did it brush
Brushed
against
Against
me?
you.
Or where?
Your face.
My face?
Uh-huh.
And it was moving? Okay.
Removing.
She probably would like swat at it or like move herself away from the whatever it is.
If you're going to swat at it, roll an unarmed strike.
Okay.
1d20 plus your strength. Yeah. As you snack it, all of you can see this snake become visible. It's about 200 to 300 feet. And up at the top, you can see an invisible grappling hook become visible. I'm sorry, I started over that word. Grappling hook.
So a snake just became visible and a grappling hook just
The
became
snake
visible.
that you are smacking at is a rope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I found it.
I can see that. Good job.
Good job, Luna.
She's gonna use the rope to get back down.
It only goes up 300 feet, and you do know that this cliffside is much higher than that.
Huh.
Oh, she smacked.
I mean, the bird did do a
Hit
bunch
the
of
floor.
swoops. Did she just swoop on one and then swoop on the other and then...
Cinder, if you're about to make a shorty got low joke, don't. That's right, I got you.
So... There's a rope and there's a grappling hook. She must have made her way back up. But that means she never landed.
That is correct.
She used magic.
I mean, throwing a grappling hook while falling about the height that she did, 1,800 feet,
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense that she wouldn't have made it to the top with that alone, but it does give her the time to have thrown it and swooped herself back up.
That's terrifying. Yeah, I
Why
don't want
can't
to fight
people
her.
just stay dead?
That
She's a
Didn't kill
way
them to
better
begin
rogue
with.
than me.
that is a good question. And some people are just too stubborn to be dead.
We should head
Step
back
one is
into
actually
town.
kill them for that.
Yes, step one is to make sure they're actually dead.
We should head back into town and actually go talk to the people that we were gonna go talk to.
That's 3 days north. North? Nen?
West.
West.
Well, we probably should start packing up and getting ready for that trip then.
You're not already packed?
I mean, I
What
am.
if they attack while we're gone?
I mean, good
I
point.
mean, we could always just attack the mansion now.
But then said it was not a good idea to fight head on.
Said it's not a good idea to fight the company. The company is in a town down south. Up there is, as far as I know, a rogue, Donald, and the owl.
Okay.
From what you've seen of us fight, do we stand a chance?
I think if we take out the owl first, we'll be fine.
Okay.
That does mean that we do have to get up, and some of you don't look so good at climbing.
What if we just walk around?
It will take a bit to get back around the mountain, By the time we get up there, it'd probably be nighttime. We could.
We sneak in and stab them while they sleep.
I hope that works.
But
All right,
it'll be awful to spot a flying owl in the middle of the night.
When you
Why
can't
would an
see in the
owl be
dark.
awake at night?
I don't know, Gore. Why would an owl be awake at nighttime?
I've never seen an owl.
both
at
of you roll
night.
nature.
I'm gonna roll nature just so I can like roll my eyes at them.
I'm gonna roll nature so I can.
What's an owl?
I'll
The
tell
hell
you
are
about
you-
it later. when
The
you're
hell are
older.
you guys even talking about? What's an owl?
After Gore and Cinder, it would make sense for an owl to be awake at night. This is an howlin, however, that we're talking about.
Mm.
While they can see in the dark, they are not necessarily nocturnal.
Why are we talking about owls? Remember, Luna never saw it. What the fuck is an owl, and why are we talking about them?
Who?
I got that.
It has been pointed out, yes, but Luna has never seen and does not actually know.
And
that
also
was like-
apparently doesn't know what an owl look is.
Uh,
I mean, we could always go back to town, get the grandma, and go another day.
But
They could
Grandma
always
could
attack
die
us.
any day now.
Are we worried about the company if we take out these 5? Or so?
I mean, if you take these ones out, there will be no correspondence.
Well
But
then let's
maybe-
go.
We don't even have to do treason.
it would. What if the owl's not there?
All the more
Hmm.
reason to go now.
All the more reason to fight them and ask them before they die where the fuck the owl is. Oh, wait, what owl?
Then
Where the owl at?
is this the group that we're dealing with? What is their skill level compared to the rest of the party or the company? The
Well,
three that you-
Svetlana is a captain, an officer. She's not the highest ranking member, but she's competent.
Which one's Svetlana?
The owl.
Wait, so one of
Ben
them's
looks
not
pained
even.
as he says this.
One of them's an owl?
I'm gonna use prestidigitation on like a tree to make a picture of an owl.
On Arcana, as you try to do so, please, because that is not one of the listed uses of that spell.
I can make an image up here.
That is not one of the listed uses of
Right.
that spell.
Hey,
Right?
What's
You
that?
do make the small image of an owl.
That's a bird.
Called
An owl's a
owl.
bird?
There are a lot of birds, Luna.
yes, an owl is a bird, but it's a nighttime bird. It hunts at
Can we
nighttime.
get our picture book?
A bat is not a bird.
Ugh.
You can see that Ben is pinching his nose. I miss my children. They're smarter than this.
I'm sorry, I'm a
Your
city
children
girl.
are quite smart.
I am a city girl, okay? I don't know what about nature.
Okay, so an owl is that bird that makes the noise in the morning, except it's not the bird that makes the noise in the morning.
It goes who?
Wait.
Can we just burn the mansion down?
That is an
You
option.
mean morning doves?
I agree with this.
How
plan.
does this human know those and not that? Let us go do the arson, please.
But if we do the arson, wouldn't that just be a beacon?
I mean, they're a town away.
That's
I mean,
fair.
we could call Gondor then.
Let's go burn down my family home.
Okay. but
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
see an
actually,
owl. I want to see an owl. A scary
Still bring
owl.
up
You
the
don't want to
question.
see an owl.
How crippled is the company's fighting power if we take out these three now ahead of time?
4, 5,
More
I don't
than if we
remember.
had to take them out all at once.
Yes, but if we take them out, we can compare how well we do. And if this is like an elite forward party for the company, then maybe
And
they
not
would think
elite.
twice.
We are standard.
There you go. All
Lana
the
is
more
the
reason.
only one that is considered competent out of our group.
Okay.
There.
Okay,
True.
well, given that we convinced you to join our side, what's the chance of we can convince any of the other ones to not fight?
Like that one that was scared. Did I know that he was scared? Probably not.
I thought you noticed the trembling, but didn't.
You noticed, but Torian didn't notice.
Yeah, so
Like-
I didn't know.
Like the redhead that was scared.
I mean, some of you might have already helped someone and given them a reason.
I
I mean,
Or
I did
any of the
leak
rest of
some
them?
of
Negotiate
the,
first.
That tiefling is probably not going to join us.
I mean, if we go there and to talk, we could negotiate.
I mean, I did not say she has to be dead. I just said she has to not be against us. You guys are the ones who jumped to killing her,
Exactly.
Yes, I'm trying to.
which honestly is very good reassurance that I should not turn my back on you.
I mean, I
Do we
am
wanna go
accustomed
there
to
at
killing people
nighttime?
who
Do we
betray
wanna
us.
Wait
I
until the
mean,
next morning.
It's up to you guys as a party what you would like to do.
I mean, it's afternoon. By the time we get there, it would be evening.
Could always camp.
It might be a better idea for us to go at night because the bird might be, not there. Since you say it's a night bird.
Well, it's kind of different from the actual night bird.
You said it's a bird.
Well, it's
It's a
It's like-
humanoid bird.
it's like them. It's a cat and not a cat.
It doesn't
That
give
is-
a hoot.
Extremely reductionist. But yes,
So there's a chance that she would not be out. Okay.
Yes, but the town folk have been afraid of things here. I've been here long enough to hear them talking about the stuff that moves in the woods. Don't know what's out there, but do we want to risk going at night? I'm assuming I'm allowed to know that, unless if you want me to roll and then I can take back.
no, you
everything
I
else.
know.
mean, certain ones of us have dealt with the things in the woods.
Well, maybe you should start sharing instead of just threatening us with daggers.
We should probably make a decision. Longer the wait, we wait.
I
Let's
mean,
just
I'm
stroll up to the mansion.
okay. We're gonna go say
With
hi.
a battering ram.
We have one of those.
To be fair, they attacked us while we were there, so
Fair, we broke into their house.
You broke into my house.
We
Yeah,
also
Yeah, we
They're
broke into
currently-
their
Front door
house.
was gone, so it's fine.
I mean, we
Didn't we
also
kill
murdered.
some people in there?
Yeah.
They tried to
Yes.
feed me to a spicy cube.
Yeah,
Yeah, you killed one of their pets.
and the
Oh, well,
lizard thing.
It jumped off a
I
wall
still
and
have the
died.
lizard
But
in my bag.
You have a lizard in your bed.
You're talking about that giant thing that popped out of the bush? You have that in your bag.
And we're concerned about me carrying around a dagger and threatening people.
Yes, I have a lizard in my bag. How have you guys not noticed? I've talked about it before.
You
You all think I'm just drunk and have nothing better to do than make up stories?
Yes.
you
Isn't that
I
your
know.
job?
believe it?
Maybe a little bit.
While you are all having this conversation, please, will somebody roll me a d10?
No.
Okay, we'll take that since it's the first roll.
Speedy Gonzalez.
You were always
That
fast.
could be a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest.
It's just I'm guessing we are attracting attention.
Probably.
We should start walking back.
Slither away.
Is it too late to start walking back?
Possibly.
It might be.
Well, we don't know until
It's Nin.
DM decides.
Did you see how many rolls he
Fuck
did?
me.
Nin did?
No, I only saw the one.
Yeah.
As you guys turn around, there are 3 creatures standing behind you.
Oh, please tell me they don't have blue eyes.
They do not have blue eyes. They have black,
Are
beady
they
eyes.
cackling? Is
They
it-
are looking at you. They are hunched over, and they are ugly.
They are cackling?
I did not say they are cackling.
Hmm.
Do any of us know what it is?
Furry?
They are slender, and I am putting an image in the D&D channel as soon as I scroll down to there.
Do, 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 do. Oh,
Oh.
The fuck is that?
Oh.
Roll a nature, or yeah, let's go with nature or arcana.
Oh, I forget. I've seen this. I forget what it is.
what the fuck is that?
I got this, guys. It's okay.
What is with this?
You're so good until we get to combat. You're
Listen.
so helpful.
Except for all the fucking crit rolls she rolls when she attacks. It's just probably
She's
not gonna happen
critting
today.
because of us.
These creatures stand to be about 4 feet tall. Their skin is light gray, and they have dark green hair. They have irregular patches of red across their body, and they are covered in measles. These creatures are also called measles.
Oh.
They are mean-spirited, malicious, and universally despised by everyone.
So my instant reaction of fireball kill it is fine?
It is the appropriate and only reaction you should have to these creatures.
So may I firebolt and Oh.
And clear that first.
Guess I better click on my character.
I'm gonna take that as we're attack. Oh shit.
What
Oh,
map
no.
are we on for this? Same? The town map?
It's just the one that I've got you guys on. I don't have one set up for this.
Yay!
Counter.
He wasn't expecting to have us arguing about a lizard in a bag.
Oh, look, initiative's low.
Don't worry, I got this, guys.
You guys do turn around, and Cinder does immediately tell you that these are horrible creatures that need to die. However she phrases that is up to her.
I'd murder these things if I were you.
All I needed to hear.
Are these like fey creatures?
They are some sort of unpleasant creature. That is correct. They are humanoids by classification, though.
How far are they?
30 feet.
Is there? Okay.
You guys are at the bottom of the cliff. It is a flat, sandy area.
They are
Okay.
big sticky.
How close is Gore to me?
I'm very close. You're my friend.
Does DM know why I'm asking?
Instant reaction of
Oh,
fire.
why you're asking.
Lethal farting.
No, I'm a rogue. I would only be asking for one reason.
Hide behind.
Oh. You're
You
hiding.
can try to hide behind him, but they have seen you.
Oh, I know. I have cunning action hide.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna go
You can
behind.
try to hide from the
Gore.
creatures that can already see you.
I mean, that's.
It is an open area.
Yes.
They will see where you're hiding.
And I'm going to go stand behind Gore.
They will never find you there.
Okay.
I'm gonna clarify this in a different way for you. You will not get the advantage of being stealth. Your sneak
Okay.
attack will not count as hiding because you are not actually hiding from them. You're just standing behind someone and they can see where you've gone.
I mean, wouldn't that be the same as if there was a tree right there?
There's a tree
Or a
you could have
rock?
climbed up it or something, but you're just behind Gord. They can still see your legs, by the way.
I see.
I
Well,
forgot to wear
why?
pants.
Gore wears a robe.
I hope.
He wears a skirt, he said.
Is it a full-length skirt?
No, I wear a robe.
Anyways, is it possible to have a layout with where these things are located next to us? Because that will absolutely change how I do things.
Sure, I
And
will
I'm
just
sure it
move the
will
tower for this.
change. I was gonna say
Just a
a tower or an empty thing just to help us with it.
Oh no, our initiative.
Oops.
Did that clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, cleared the
Yeah.
initiative.
Well, we can't see it.
I had
It's me
16.
making more problems for the DM.
I can still see it, so I can keep track of that. Don't worry.
I assume we're at the bottom of the map.
I'm gonna put you guys. I'll ask you guys to put yourselves up here, actually.
We're gonna catch the measles.
Work for you?
Yeah. Murder.
One.
Yes, that
Murder.
works. Thank you.
Murder.
They will all go on that initiative. So they will all go after Cinder. And Iliaster, your dex remind me of that real quick. Your dex bonus.
It's 3.
Please roll dex for me. Okay, they go before you. They rolled a 19. So they go before Iliaster, but after Cinder, and Luna, it is your turn.
Yep. That one.
12 does not hit.
Okay.
Any bonus actions or anything?
I'm gonna Bardic Inspire. Who's next? Gore. Give me a second. Enjoy that one. That's it.
What does Bardic Inspiration do again?
It gives you a plus to your roll.
Okay. So it's my turn now?
Yep.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Say they're 30 feet away.
30. I'm gonna cast Flame Blade. And then I'm gonna try and hit this one.
Oh, I never put my character in.
I don't hit that
That is
one.
not going to hit, no.
Then I'm done.
This Torian.
It's my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second to figure something out.
Oi.
Okay, I was more than 30 feet away. That's 25 feet. That's as far as I can go. Well, actually,
One more square.
one more. Why? Because I was here, that's 25. To there.
Or went 30. Oh, who is one more? Okay.
Yeah. And I was one square back.
Yep.
Well, before I move, as I turn around, ugh, they're so ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the one in the middle. At that one.
He takes it. He rolled a 12.
Doesn't meet speed, so he should be fine? Or is that only in favor of characters? Us?
I'm going to let you have it because you haven't had one yet.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
I am the worst at mocking people. And then I'll move closer with my axe in hand, and that'll be it. Well, axe in one hand.
Brings us to Cinder.
Because I'm a short weed dwarf.
I'm going to. I should be able to hit them from here. I'd be sad if I could. Yeah.
And that your range is 120 feet. Yeah, I think you can hit them.
I can see this one, right? On here. Without Gore being in the way. Fireball.
15 does hit. Does take the damage on that.
I Yeah, that's all I'm going to do for this turn.
Alright, that brings us to them. One of them try to grapple Gore.
Come at me,
Strength minus
Measle.
2. Rolled a 10. Strength versus strength.
Yes. So I roll a strength.
Yep.
Did it roll? I don't know.
Come on. I don't see a roll coming through yet.
There we go.
Okay. A 4.
Yeah,
It does grapple you.
Yes. Let go of me, you stinky.
This one is the one that is grappling you. The one next to you is going to try to hit you. .24 hit.
24.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that hits.
One of these.
24
Take 7 damage.
How much?
7.
Dead.
Level 3 and you're dying from 7 damage? From full health?
Yes. I'm dead now.
Okay.
No, I have 17 left.
There's one more of them who is going to scuttle off. Orion, it's going to try to grapple you. Roll strength, as it's rolled a 9.
Why is Nin
There's a 7 on the die.
failed?
Meets beats, you are not grappled. What was that question, Gord?
Why is Nin a fairly odd parent in the stream?
Because I drew it, because I draw those, I make them.
Oh, okay.
If you ever see someone on Twitch that is a fairly odd parent, it's probably my fault.
Okay. I
Brings us
just
to
noticed it.
Iliaster.
How does flanking work for people who don't have skills for it?
You don't have any skills for it, it will just give you a +2 to rolling. However, Torian is grappled and Gore is grappled, so you would not get a flanking bonus for those.
Ah,
Torian wasn't grappled, meets beach.
I thought you said.
Oh no,
meets
Torian
beats.
is not grappled. So you would get the +2 for that.
okay. I'm gonna take a stab with my my rapier.
You're gonna take a stab, all right. Roll damage. Your max damage is
11.
11 plus the 8. Okay. It looks really hurt by that, but it's not down.
That's my turn.
So then,
Then.
Point. From that javelin. Which ain't gonna hit. Luna, your turn.
I'm going to. And shoot at the same one as before.
Will hit.
And then on Orion. Enjoy the 5. Goddamn. And that's it.
Okay, and that brings us to Gore. You are grappled. You have disadvantage on attacks, but you could make attacks if you would like to do so.
Yeah.
Or you can roll to break out of the grapple.
I mean, I'm not that strong. I'm gonna do this. Use my wild shape.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do my.
Halo of Spores in action.
He lost Discord, so you might need to type stuff out. Oh, it can be a reaction, actually. What it looks like. Yeah, it's a reaction.
As a bonus action while you're active. It's a bonus action as well.
Okay. In the description, I only see it as a reaction, but I would not be surprised if it's a bonus action. It also looks like other people being there aren't immediately affected by it unless if he spends his reaction to also affect us. So other people,
We'll
other
keep that
party
in mind.
mates, yeah, so other party mates can go into his circle and he can choose if he wants to spend his reaction to deal damage to his party instead. Unless if I'm misreading how this works, which entirely possible.
Same.
Torian.
Let's see. Oh, if that's what we're doing, I'm going to get very angry at this.
Come back.
There we
Back,
go.
back again.
Yeah.
So I am gonna rage.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'm just marking it in all my sheets everywhere. And then I'm actually, I assume you guys can take care of this one. It already looks injured. I'm gonna go help over here. And yes, I am letting it take a reaction or whatever the
Opportunity
attack of
attack.
opportunity.
Attack.
Yes.
Only one to hit.
I'm 15 to hit. You
Okay.
said 21, so yes, it hits.
Gonna grab you.
Meaning,
Means that you're gonna take 6 bludgeoning damage, which is halved because you're raging, but you are also grappled. It is a DC 13 to escape the grapple.
of strength.
Yes.
Okay, I have advantage on strength rolls while raging.
Yep.
Okay, so I only take 3 damage though, because there's. I'm assuming
Correct.
the 6
Because you're
is.
raging.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you already pre-halved it for me.
No, 6 is the full damage, and then it is halved.
Okay. And since I didn't get grappled, I'm assuming it doesn't stop my motion either.
That's
correct?
right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tackle. Can I grapple the one off of Gore?
It'll be a little bit harder, but you could try.
I guess I'll grapple the one that's not grappling Gore then.
The other one.
Yeah, whichever one that is. And I'll
I assume
roll.
you've gone over here.
Yeah, move me where it needs to be, and it's a 24.
It could roll a nat 20 and still fail. And it rolled a 10.
This is how we're doing it. Now let's see if you can get out of there and help out, Gore. And I am going to spend a bardic inspiration because I'm allowed to do that while raging, which can be added to try and break strength out. Or to break out, adding to or whatever you want to do with it. I don't care. I'm
Who's
just
getting it?
inspiring you.
Oh.
Gore's.
Oh, you get 2 bardic inspiration.
To use however he wants. I don't know if he can stack those, though.
I guess it's probably not.
I'm gonna figure out how to roll things to show. Although, who gets to roll that? Is that me or is that Gore?
You roll
Usually
it.
it'd be the player.
Or is it just... Oh, is it just like...
It's a die that they can spend to add 1d6 to whatever they get.
Okay, why does it
So
let
the
me
person
roll
who
it
is
on my?
inspired gets to roll it
Why does it let
Yes.
me roll it on my screen then? That's just weird.
because it gives the option.
Yeah, it's being weird.
So,
So,
Gore,
Gore, you have 2 bardic inspirations that you can use.
Hooray!
For any sort of check. Is it any check? Any
check,
check, attack, or saving throw.
Nice.
And I
so
think, didn't
inspired.
you spend a bardic inspiration on me too? So I also have an additional one I can use.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's my turn because I don't have additional actions.
Cinder, it is your turn.
How to not accidentally kill my team members.
Well, first off,
do
you
it.
don't shoot fire at them.
Kill
Well,
me.
maybe you shouldn't tackle the things I'm shooting at.
Well, there's one that's not tackled.
It's only surrounded by 2 of the party members.
Yeah. I'm gonna shoot this one.
22 will hit, and that does 3 damage. Looks like it's been through some hell.
That's it for me.
These things are gonna go. This one is gonna go for hitting Den. Gonna get a natural 1. So
Ooh.
it is not gonna hit. It's not gonna make its attack. It's gonna throw its sword off into the distance. Its turn. That goes to the next one, which is currently grappling Gore. Gore, what is your max HP?
Right now, or like my
Your maximum.
okay, my maximum is 24.
You're gonna feel darkness envelop you for a moment.
Oh no.
Then you are going to be up, up, up. 30 feet in the air.
Oh no.
Have any way to save yourself?
Falling 30 feet.
Wait, I might actually have a way.
I mean, I
What
have
do you have?
temporary hit points.
I think Feather Fall is a reaction.
You have a
Oh,
reaction.
But I'm raging, it doesn't matter.
It just means you can't concentrate on spells. You have to drop your rage.
Yeah, I'd have to drop my rage in order to use the spell, which I believe I can only drop if I hit 0 health or as a bonus action, so I can't even drop it off my turn.
I mean, how much damage would that be?
It could be a lot. 13.
I mean, that brings me to. That takes away all my temporary hit points, and I have 16 then.
Nah, you're fine.
So 16.
There's one more.
Oh no.
The one that I'm grappling. Right?
Torian. Yes, the one that you are grappling.
Mhm.
It is not going to let go of you. It's not going to try to fight the grapple at all. Instead, it's going to use its ability, the same one that you just saw happen to Gore.
Am I still grappled?
You are still grappled.
Damn you.
So this one is a little bit more vicious, and it's going to go higher up.
Is that something that I can roll against? Just curious.
Since you have just seen what it's doing, you can drop your grapple if you want, which will force it to have to try to grapple you instead.
Wait, I can force it to do what?
You can let go of your grapple, which will force it to make its own grapple. Instead of it using the ability that's trying to use. What it's trying to do, it has to have you grappled for.
But if I'm grappling it, does it technically mean it's grappling me?
Because it's not fighting to break the grapple. You have done what it wants you to do, which is get where it can hold you.
Sure, I'll let go then.
Okay.
Having
I'm
seen
gonna
the
roll the
jetpack.
damage anyway, because it was going 60 feet.
I would have been knocked
Unfortunately
out.
for it, it still did use its ability. So you see these shadows envelop, and you are wise enough to let go. It is not wise enough to stop the ability on account of the fact that it has a wisdom score of not very high. And it lands next to you, splattering on the ground. It had 5 HP left. Aster. Hit. I think that will kill 3 HP, yes. There's just the one left grappling gore.
Grab.
It is Den's turn.
Gore. Flies up with me and takes 13 damage.
Oh,
that should mean the one that was grappling Gore also took the same 13 damage, right? Or did you already say that and I'm just not paying attention?
It will not take the damage from teleporting and dropping you.
Yeah, I think it was just because that one is grappling me instead of you grappling it.
The one that took the damage is because it did not have a target to cushion its fall.
Ah, gotcha. I have a story about that after.
Does not hit. Luna, your turn. You have 3 allies to see past.
Save me.
One is grappling Gore.
And I'm kind of short.
How healthy does this one look?
One has not taken any damage.
Wait,
If that was the middle one,
it
it took 1 psychic damage. Because I called it's ugly.
Ah, yes, it did. Okay, it has taken 1 damage.
Its
Its feelings are hurt. It has a small tear in its eye.
You said their wisdom is low, so.
That one's wisdom was low, yes. See what this one. 5. Yeah, they'll take that.
Not that I'm
Show
gonna
spell for
stop
that.
there. Oh yeah.
Nope.
Oh, it has
No
to run
damage.
away.
Mm-hmm. It has to use its reaction immediately. Yep.
Which means
That's
attacks of
the-
opportunity.
Yeah, it means that Gore does get an attack of opportunity, and so does that.
Yeah,
Aha!
close enough.
Aha!
Vision, so
God damn it.
rolls high. It's going to also try to run past Iliaster. Trying to run past Iliaster, okay. Gonna hit. The only one that hits.
Oh, did you already roll thens?
Then rolled a 7 to hit.
Mhm.
Oh, nice. Ven is really bad at hitting with this javelin.
Gore's bad with a sword. Or the
Yeah.
flame
Or
blade.
it is your turn.
I should use my stick.
Whose turn?
The
Cinder.
Gore's turn.
Oh, Gore.
Oh, it's my turn.
Pull him back! Don't let him get away!
Aha!
Too far from me not to shoot him.
One will hit. Roll damage, please.
Wine.
Okay. And that pulls it back how many feet? 10.
Then,
10, yeah.
Brings it back to you, yeah.
hello, friend.
It would have been so funny if I had,
Oh,
like,
oops. I was trying.
what the
Wait.
fuck is that feat called?
Ah, there it is. You name your feet?
No.
Yeah,
like-
left and right.
It's something about they get 5 feet in front of me or something, I get an opportunity attack or whatever it is. Don't remember what it is.
Sentinel.
Yeah, that's it.
And that brings us to Torian.
Torian is going to be slightly smarter than the average Torian, and wait. Yeah, slightly smarter than the average Torian, and just run up and attack him with the axe instead of trying to grapple again. He's learned his lesson about touching them.
May I ask you a question?
I don't know if that counts as advantage for flanking or not.
It does not, no.
Okay.
It'll only count for side by side.
Alright, sorry, no.
Diagonal.
You only
Or-
have 25
Yeah.
feet, so you could not get to it.
That's what
I thought, but just figured I'd
Double.
double check because it's been a while.
Only
since
if you're on opposite sides.
Okay, then yeah. That's all I got.
Cinder, you have a clear shot.
And no one's touching it.
Yay!
Go for the eyes.
Nat 1 set score on
Will
fire.
hit.
Jesus
And it has
Christ.
7 HP left. You have. Would you like to describe how you killed this thing?
What? Arson?
Arson? Obviously.
That answer.
Yeah.
You hurl a mote of fire, which just burns through him. He falls over with a small burnt hole in his forehead.
Well, those were things.
Were things. I'm glad that that's the one you rolled.
What time of day is it now?
It was afternoon when we got here.
It is still afternoon. It has been all of about 20 seconds.
Yeah, but looking at Gore, it's probably best to rest.
Short rest?
Either of you gonna be going through their pockets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check this one.
Roll investigation.
Investigation, there you are.
Mm.
Cinder, you were also looking at going through one, I'm guessing?
Yeah,
Which one?
the one that was over here.
Okay. Or with that, let me take a look at something.
I have no idea where it was.
I'm gonna saunter over at about the same time as her and just look over her shoulder. See what she gets.
Probably do investigation check, right? That'd help.
Hooray.
Can you please roll me a d10 first?
So
You.
Eight, 10.
Same roll, please.
Do it again.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
So gore, please.
Oh, gore.
Okay.
And a D100, please. Potion of superior healing.
Did I find that?
You did find that,
Oh, nice.
along with 17 copper and 5 gold.
Ah, nice.
Man, these things are loaded. People must be paying them to leave them alone with how ugly they are.
A face
Sure.
not even a mother
Simple.
could love.
Same roll. You roll 5.
Who
D100.
rolls? Oh, Cinder.
Also a D100. Right. Find a potion. Inside that potion, it is a thick yellow liquid, and you can see what looks like a finger floating in the liquid.
Interesting.
Gross.
There is one more. Does anyone want to look through that one?
Sure, I guess.
Right. Same deal.
Investigation and then let me find that.
And
Wrong.
we'll see where it goes from there.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I don't know
Roll
what
me a D10.
D10. Oh yeah.
Okay. First table. Roll me a D100.
Oh yeah.
Roll me 1D8.
Uh-oh.
And D20, please.
It just keeps going.
Oh,
What kind of complex loot table is this?
He's finding
you
so
find a
many
scroll. Do you have the ability to read magic scrolls?
I'm fairly certain I do not.
I do. Well, actually, wait, you're a
One more
bard?
thing.
I'm a bard. I don't know if that gives me like I don't have proficiency in reading magic
Actually, you do recognize this because you know this spell.
Oh.
You find a scroll of the spell Earth Tremor.
Oh yeah.
First level evocation spell.
Here, I can let me give me a
In
second.
regards to what kind of complex bullshit loot table this is, it's because this complex bullshit barbarian rolled a goddamn spell scroll, so I needed to roll the transmutation circle to see what kind of spell he got out of the first level spells for which school of magic. Down to all the most complicated rolls on my table.
I'm good at making things difficult, just like I said before.
That's where we're gonna end.
Cool.
Yay, we beat the measles.
You're lucky because
Take
they can
that.
teleport up to 500 feet.
Aren't they what's in? I've seen them playing the game.
Yes, they are in BG3.
Yeah,
They are?
that's why I recognize them.
Yes, they are. I've never come across them yet, or Laura and I haven't. Speaking of, I have two entertaining things to share from this. As I have been a little loot goblin in the game, I have learned that salami has an actual attack. It does
Oh, yeah.
1d6.
Yes.
I have also, in one of our more exciting sessions during day one, someone decided to transform into a wolf and then fall on top of me, which almost knocked me out of the entire fight.
Yep.
Wasn't
Yeah.
me.
Pretty
Yeah,
accurate.
clearly.
Given that knowledge, Galax, I'm going to give you something funny to think about every time we play.
Yeah.
If you ever see an enemy rolling a 1d6, you can picture a sausage.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if I'm okay with being hit by that.
I mean, it means that you get a prize after you beat them.
Delicious.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I figured it out playing D&D or the Boulders game, which is why I knew what it was, and I was like, I know what this is. I don't like them.
Yeah.
They teleported my character like 80 times in the area I was in, which was not a good area
Don't
to
tell me.
teleport me.
They can
So-
also go in any direction. They don't have to see where they're going.
I know, and I figured that out real quick, and it was quite annoying because I was ambushed by them. So imagine that.
They're just
Oh,
blinking
it's
in and out.
those dudes. Okay.
So, but it's
It's the
okay. I did
measles.
exactly what Cinder did, and I set them up.
Yeah, they
Oh,
are.
of course you're playing a pyro in the game as well.
No. Asterion has fireball.
Okay, fair.
Fire.
I've
Who
just
are you
mostly seen
romancing?
Asterion
I want to
set
know.
things on fire or put things to sleep.
Oh yeah, I have a sleep spell on him.
I was
He does have. You're romancing Asterion
I'm
too.
surprised.
Not surprised at all.
Can you like? It
I'm
should be
romancing
very
Karlak
obvious.
for our game, but Asterion on a different one.
I really wish I could have both Karlak and Will at the same time.
Unfortunately, I know
Will-
Karlak for sure is monogamous. I don't remember if Will is, because some of the characters care, some of them don't.
So, Karlak is polyamorous as long as you don't fix her heart.
And she doesn't want to share you anymore.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, fair.
Yeah.
haven't
Well, because
looked
she
too
can't
much
touch
into
you.
this. Oh, so she'll. Okay, that makes
She'll
sense.
say it's
She'll
fine.
settle for that because she can't give you that herself.
Yes.
But as soon as you fix her heart, she wants to be your only ride.
Fair.
The character depth in this game is
Pretty good.
pretty insane.
I like it.
Yes. Have we done anything else really weird? or
For
entertaining?
example, has anyone tried the Dark Urge yet?
Yes.
Is that what you went with immediately?
I haven't. I
I
missed
didn't
a lot
Okay.
of the first game. So.
You should definitely try it at some point, maybe your second go or something, and definitely have Astarion and talk to him, because he has a
I
whole
know.
different way that he reacts to you, and it's
I
super
know.
interesting.
I know. I've seen the videos of it. I didn't know that was available, but some of the videos I've watched of some other playthroughs
Hmm.
for people, like the depth that's even in the first area that like you can miss so easily is insane.
I know.
Like the amount of quests.
I've been losing my shit watching other people play it as well, because I watch them miss so many things and then complain about being underleveled. I'm like, motherfucker, you missed half of Act 1. Shut your mouth.
Can't you get
Yeah,
to like
Laura's
level
been-
4 or 5 at the end of Act 1?
You
I
can make
think
it to
so.
level 7 by the end of Act 1 alone,
I did.
if you
I
knew
did,
everything.
But I didn't even do everything though. Well, I didn't make it to level 7. I made it close to, but
Yeah, I
there was a
did
lot.
everything that I could. I even found Bual.
But part of I did too.
We
Part of
just
the
found
problem
Raphael.
was because I did some of the main quests first. I wasn't able to do some of the side quests that you could have done, and because my one stupid character kept messing up with a perception check, I wasn't able to do the one quest I wanted to.
Well, that's annoying.
But it's okay. It's okay. I still got a lot of it. but it's insane how much depth there is.
Yeah.
Well, I somehow managed. I rolled up a paladin for it, and I somehow managed to become an oathbreaker in the very first encounter because I wasn't paying attention. And I believe I looked it up. It takes like 1,000 gold to undo an oathbreaker and go back to the
Yeah.
oath.
It's
So
crazy.
he is currently
Or a
an
resave.
oathbreaker.
He didn't know. We didn't know.
I've also been more leaning along the lines of just letting what happens.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go for a certain ending right now, though.
Yeah,
Fair.
fair. The one thing I have noticed, which is kind of annoying if you're trying to romance or do certain things with certain characters, is if you pick the speaking options that are class specific or race specific, even if they do the same thing as whatever they like or don't like, it doesn't impact their
They don't give it to you as a approval or
Yeah.
disapproval. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I've
did
seen it for a couple different things that I've done so far.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
So, just as a warning.
I'm playing a rogue right now.
I'm playing a wizard.
I
I'm playing a
Paladin
half-orc wizard.
Warlock.
think
Gendu has like 10 characters already.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I wanted to finish this one playthrough before I go and play bad.
Our playthrough is a druid. My bad one is a ranger. Or okay, I have two bad ones actually. Both of them are drows. I don't remember what my first drow is. Oh, she's a fighter. The first one is a fighter. That one was not the Dark Urge one. The Dark Urge one though is a ranger. Beastmaster ranger. It's kind
I
of
will
interesting to
say-
see how people react to drows. Yeah.
One of the fastest ways that you can romance one of the characters is to be a red dragon, because Lae'zel has fantasies about riding a red dragon.
Oh my lord. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I
all the gifts
accidentally-
do that, they're all paired with dragons. Or all the whatever she is. I think she's a Githyanki.
Githyanki.
Yeah. I accidentally ended up having her come on to me because I was like, oh, what's this line? It's like, oh, you've been looking at me,
Me
differently
too.
lately. And I was like, oh no. She's like so desperate. And I'm like, you know what? Sure, let's do it.
Accidentally.
It was an accident. I was going for Astarion.
I was going for
I
Astarion, but the thing is,
accidentally-
Lae'zel and Shadowheart you can get the same way, like very similar.
Yeah.
But you can only pick one of them because they hate each other's guts.
Yes.
Sorry, Yagi, you were saying?
I accidentally romanced Gale twice. I didn't even mean it.
I don't like Gale that
fool
much.
me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
Yeah, fool me twice. Shame on me as well. Fool me 3 times? No way.
I mean,
Are you
2
taking
times.
this
After the 3rd time, it's just a pattern. I think you might like him.
with me? Or you play all of your characters very similar.
I mean,
Well with
he just said he was gonna show me magic. I didn't think he was gonna.
Oh yeah.
I'll show you some magic, waggly eyebrows. Okay.
Oh no!
Just imagine Yagi being like, "Ooh, I like magic."
This is not what I signed up for.
Undresses. Shit. Wait. What did I miss?
Run magic.
Are we all playing it?
Yeah, I think so.
Are you gonna bite my nose again?
Oh fuck! I am crying. That was funny.
Oh,
He and I did have some plans for after the game, so we're gonna go.
Mhm.
okay.
Alright.
Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
All of you enjoy romancing Astarion.
Yeah, you go have fun with the weird vampire.
You can romance Halson as a bear.
I know.
Oh my lord, that's hilarious.
Bear boy.
Babe, I have new plans for my druid. I'm just kidding.
I don't think so.
The
The real question is, after hearing this, are you gonna fix her heart or no?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Like, straight up, yes, of course. ASAP. Why do you think we're going to go talk to Damon? Or Damon, or however the fuck, like as soon as possible. I literally was going to we just finished getting Karlach and killing
How
the
far are you?
tier paladins. We're still in Act 1.
Okay. Because mine changed differently because of how I did things.
Yeah. So
Did you kill all the tieflings?
No. I didn't
no,
actually.
that'll be one of my drow
No.
things, though.
No,
Probably the
but-
Dark Urge.
But I'm in Act 2, and I've done something.
I've
But
done
the
some
thing is,
things.
you can actually get away with causing all the tieflings to die without killing a single one.
I
Without
know.
touching them.
Yeah,
Oh.
pretty easily.
So you
So
I
you
can
can
almost
make a
did.
Druid do it.
You almost did.
Yeah, I might have.
Stop
I might have.
touching things.
No, I might have chosen a specific way to go about it, like, cause for that quest there's a couple different ways, and the first way I went with it, I almost killed everyone anyways, so I had to reload. So I didn't kill everyone.
Jesus.
There's a couple different ways to go through the goblin camp and everything, and I might have done a couple really stupid ways.
Apparently, you can just skip everything there and you can get Minthara that way.
So we've been talking on stream this entire time.
Oh no.
In the stream, translate bot somehow thought you said go on the road to El Dorado. I just looked at it, and all I saw was El Dorado.
El Dorado.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
put
should've
us in
skipped.
ending now. There we go.